Nom 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 nom. Let me put my boots on real quick and show y'all what I got off Marketplace today. And I'm in a tough situation, 'cause on Friday I gotta go back and get a bunch of wood. And that's gonna be tough, 'cause I only got $10 to my name. But let me show you what I got for free today. Mm-hmm. I didn't even feel it. It was like I thought it was a bug bite. It didn't even bleed. It just like tore the shit out of my arm. And then it just congealed. Or whatever. Boom, 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 boom. I got for free today a massive fucking saw. Then everything works. And I got some wood for it. And then I got what I get. Eco 90 solvent free floor covering adhesive. I got interior exterior primer. I got roof pitch for the roof. All this shit's gonna go into the car, and then it's gonna go down the hill, and I'm gonna build a platform down there to put all this shit to get it out the way. And then I'm gonna clear this whole shit out. I don't care that there's a little bit of flowers. I'm gonna clear this whole shit out. I'm gonna till the fuck out of everything. Then I'm gonna put in some creeping phlox. I don't give a phlox about what they want here. I'm putting my phlox and phlox everywhere. You heard me? Phlox you. I got a bunch of... What the fuck was that? Some like... So it's been like 2 months. I haven't been able to have service right here. And now today, this is the only place where I get service. It don't make sense to me. It don't make no sense why the CIA made it so I can't sit in my fucking mosquito net thing. The place I put the mosquito net was the only place I get service. And then the next day, suddenly the only place I get service is where I used to sit. It don't make no sense. Why would the Matrix want me? Let me try again. Will it work? Will it work? Will it work? Oh fuck! Guys, if you call out the Matrix, it usually stops attacking you. I think there's like something in the Bible, right? When you gain awareness of it, it goes away. Wow, 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 wow. There's a place in France. And there is. You just gotta wait and then they'll show up. I know it. But I got a big ass circular saw, and then somehow I cut my arm open. Settle down with me, cuddle me up, cover me in, lie down with me, yeah. Hold me in your arms, and my heart's against your chest, your lips pressed to my neck, and I'm falling for your eyes. They don't know me yet, and this feeling I'll forget. I'm in love now. Kiss me if you wanna be loved. If you wanna be loved, like you wanna be loved. This feels like falling in love. Falling in love, falling in love. Settle down with me, yeah, and I'll be your safety, and you'll be my baby. I was made to keep your body warm, but I'm as cold as the wind blows, so hold me in your arms, oh Lord. My heart's against your chest, my lips pressed to your neck. I'm falling for your eyes, they don't know me yet. And this feeling I'll forget, I'm in love now. Kiss me like you wanna be loved, like you wanna be loved, like you wanna be loved. This feels like falling in love, falling in love, falling in love. The birds love the guitar. The birds love the guitar. The birds love the guitar. I was doing something. I went live so I would be here to show that I was doing something. I had a plan. Can't remember what the fuck the plan was. I was going to go out of the I was done watching Fury for the night. I made it 45 minutes in. I was going out here to go live and do something. There was something I was out here to do. I can't remember. I think it was just taking the logs over there and putting them by the car, which I don't need to do yet. Is there anything here I can do? I can move that. That's what I'll do. There's a lot of mosquitoes. That's kind of a problem, Princess. They really bug me for real. They really do be bugging me for real. Who put this ladder here? God, get out of here. An Ascension device. Who just left my Ascension device lying around? Log that's been cut into a board. I don't need this. I don't need this either, bitch. Get out of here. Get out of here. Clean this shit. Pronto. Pronto like Squanto. And this can go in my rubbish bin. And I'll be your safety. You'll be my lady. I was made to keep your body warm. I'm as cold as the wind blows. Hold me in your arms, oh Lord. My heart's against your chest, my lips pressed to your neck. I'm falling for your eyes, they don't know me yet. And this feeling I'll forget. I'm in love now. Kiss me like you wanna be loved. If you wanna be loved. If you wanna be loved. This feels like falling in love. Falling in love. Falling in love. Settle down with me, yeah. And I'll be your safety. You'll be my lady. I was made to keep your body warm, but I'm cold as the wind blows. So hold me in your arms, oh Lord. My heart's against your chest, my lips pressed to your neck, and I'm falling for your eyes. They don't know me yet. And it's feeling I'll forget. I'm in love now. Kiss me like you wanna be loved. Like you wanna be loved. Like you wanna be loved. This feels like falling in love. Falling in love. Falling in love. Get down in the Cotton Eye Joe. I've been married a long time ago. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? I've been married a long time ago. I've been married a long time ago. Where'd you come from? Where'd you go? Where'd you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? Where'd you come from? And where'd you go? Where'd you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? Board. One board. One board. One board. One board. One board. One board. Get out of the Cotton Eye Joe. I was married once. Cotton Eye Joe. Let me tell you something, boy. I don't know where you came from, and I don't know where you go, but I was married a long time ago. I got tetanus now, bitch. Just kidding, I have skin like dragon scales. I should probably wear gloves, though. 'Twas a gentle brush, my lord. 'Twas only a gentle brush of the rusty nail. It was just not even a flesh wound. Raise the battlements, they're coming for the baby oil ditty. Raise the battlements. Lord Combs, they're coming for our ditty oil. Lord Combs, please hide the ditty oil before the Monsignor gets here. Diddy, open up. Open up, Diddy. Drop down that drop bridge right to the flow. Don't diddle me, Diddy, please. Please don't diddle me, Diddy. I am just a man, I am just a man. Thus is right. Sometimes I lose my way. Your whole life's in the hand of God. Lay me down in Brooklyn if I lose my life. Push me down the Hudson and turn on the radio. Long Island's only smiling 'cause my soul is fine. I did everything for New York. I'm the crow now. Come with me, log. You are only a fraction of a log. You don't deserve that title. Get down there in the Cotton Eye, Joe. I carried a log across the field. There's too many boards. Excelsior. Excelsior. I have a lot of boards, guys. I have a lot of boards. I have like, a lot of them, man. They're like all over the place. I just need these boards for now. And then we have to go get a pallet. So then I can take what's in the car, take it right out of the car, put it on the ground, bring my pallet over, put that bitch in there, then take all my logs, lay it across the console, take that shit all the way down, move it into the woods, and then cover it in a tarp. What tarp, you ask? This one full of water. Oh, I'm wet now. I wasn't familiar with your game, tarp. I didn't know I'd be wet by the end of it. Who shit in my pants yesterday? It wasn't me. Which one of you fuckwits shit in my pants? You're going to gay baby jail, I know it. You're going to gay baby jail. Are you not entertained? I could whoop you at pool now, because my eyes work and I'm not in survival mode anymore. I no longer care of your opinions. They mean nothing to me. Umbrella. How was my service? Was that all right? Hello, everybody. My name is Markiplier. Was my service all right? I forgot my pallet. I still have to grab the pallet. I can't believe you let me forget. I can't believe you let me forget my pallet. I did all that and you didn't even tell me, guys. You didn't even tell me about my pallet. You didn't even tell me about the pallet I forgot. Look, I'm going to carry this shit. I can't. I'm weak. No, you're not, Casey. You're just retarded. Okay, let's go. You know why I'm retarded? I said that because I cut my arm open and I tried to lift it with the wrist that's cut open. Yeah. This is how everyone in the future will do their work with one hand so that they can record themselves with the other. Look, everybody, I'm doing basically nothing. I'm the crow now. Fear me. Fear me, Corvids. You are at the whim of my decisions. If I decide you will not perish, you will. You know why? 'Cause I can kill you with my mind like Thanos. Thancrows. I learned from my pigeon master how to stand on random objects for a long period of time just looking like this with a blank face. I learned from the pigeons how to do this. You just stand here for hours, perched on something a little bit higher than the ground, and you just stand here. What was that noise? Was that a predator? Diddy! You should be in jail. What are you doing lurking around my forest? You can't have me, Diddy. I'm too old for you. Now, which one of you took my fucking drink? I just had it right here. I found it. Alright, what do I do now, man? It's getting darky-worky. Darky-worky full of malarkey. I've moved like 6 boards and a pallet across. I don't want to take anything out of the car. It's too dark. I'm going to cut myself open again. I hope it don't rain, though. That would be troublesome. The owl is calling to me. They want me to lose my mind again and run out into the forest naked. But I think it's just a ploy to get the mosquitoes to suck all of my blood. I know your game. You can't have it. I need it. Okay, I'm going to watch... Oh, there's 6 people in the chat. What should I do, guys? There's 6 people here. I was born in the darkness. You merely adopted it, Batman. You want to know how I got these bars? I was born in the projects, Batman. You merely adopted the projects. I was born in them. The recession brought your family to the projects. I have been poor since the dawn of time, Batman. That's what you want to know, how I got these bars? You want to know how I know how to rob cars? You want to know how I know how to shoot it like the up to the stars? Wow, 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 wow. POV, Owen Wilson is your sleep paralysis demon. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, Owen Wilson as your sleep paralysis demon. Wow, 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 wow. I have a brain worm. And I think that the food stamp EBT should not cover. EBT should not cover snacks because my brainworm thinks that snacks are not good for you. My brainworm thinks that we should all dig our hands into the soil and take clumps of the soil and engulf it in our esophagus. The brainworm tells me that every morning, if you're on EBT, you must crawl in and eat a big clump of soil. If you're on EBT, the only thing you can buy is fertilizer, and you must plant yourself like a seed beside the river of truth. Do you understand me? Do you understand what I'm saying? Can anybody hear me? It feels like I'm talking to myself. No one seems to know my struggle and anything I come from. Can anybody hear me? It feels like I'm talking to myself. No one seems to know my struggle or anything I come from. You must lose yourself in the music. And the moment you own it, you better never let it go. You only get one shot. I might have blown it. Help! I'm a skinwalker, please. They got into my body last night. Now I'm just a bunch of bugs. The praying mantis are real. They're in the clouds, pretending to be clouds, but they're really spaceships. Oh my Where'd all the birds go? Angel Eagle, come on down from the heavens just to help us on our way. They come to teach us that there's a mosquito on my nose. Oh my God, they're everywhere. Get inside quick. Quick! Before they give you malaria! Oh my god! Ebola! No! Sure, Millie Bobby Brown. More like Millie Bobby Black in Ebola Holmes. Ha 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 ha. Oh my god! Let me crawl into my nest. Oh yeah! Oh, get out of here, mosquito! You're ruining my fall in my bed. Get out of here, mosquito! Please, I need this. I need this. I need this mosquito, please. Get out of here. What is that? I don't know. I don't know what's going on anymore. Like, what's happening? Like, oh my god. If you watch Big Mouth, you're a pedophile. Big Mouth was not funny. It was just pedophilia. What's wrong with you? You fucking weirdos. Sorry, I was possessed by a 19th century ghost. A Victorian old woman had possessed my body briefly, but I think we're getting slowly away from that type of malicious black demonic spell work. And black as in evil, not black as in the race. What are you looking at? What are you even doing here? Don't you know who I am? I made you. I'm your creator. I am the Lord your God. My hand made all of you rectums, is what God says, apparently. Bring me my medication, please. When I'm in an old folks' home, when I'm 90, I'm going to just be like, oh my God, I miss it. I miss being homeless. And the nurses won't care because at that point they'll be half alien and just going. That's. Hey, Peter. Hey, Peter. Peter, do you remember the time? Do you remember the time when? Do you remember? Peter, listen to me. Always get the fuck. Enough pity, please, for me. Thanks. Speaking of. Hey, Peter. Cusco's poison. Poison for Cusco. Poison for Cusco. Cusco's poison. Poison for Cusco. Wait, Cusco. KC? Cusco. KC? Oh my god. Hey, Peter. Cusco is poison. Poison for Cusco. KC? Question mark. I need a Hillary Duff puff of my vape. Am I right? Anyway, should I go to a bar and do this? Hey, woman, could you please come over here? I have a question for you. Why is your vibe so bad? Is it because you hang out with too many old men? And they ruined you? Why is your vibe so terrible? Why do you expect us to have to perform for you, you dumb bitch? Get out of here. Go away, you smelly cunt. Cusco's poison. Poison for Cusco. Cusco's poison. Poison for Cusco. Hey, lady. Hey, lady, what are you even doing here? Do you? I was wondering if you would like to go on a date with me, please. I don't want to pay for nothing, though, because you're a lying whore. Fuck you. I'll poison your Cusco. Cusco's poison. Poison for Cusco. It's not even, anyone can get it. It's not just for Cusco. Cusco is patient zero. And I will give everyone brain worms and pinworms, so
Every orifice of their body will be covered in worms, and none of you will be able to stop me. Try it, bitch. You'll get pinwormed. Come at me, bitch. I'll pinworm you. I swear to God, I'll pinworm all of you right now. I'll pinworm all of you right now. I didn't have my messages on. I'm got a bunch of shit. Cusco's poison. What the fuck? What are you all doing here? Oh, it's the regular. Cusco's poison for Cusco. I'll put pinworms in all you motherfuckers. You heard? Cusco's poison for Cusco. I will build a house. Try me, house right now. I speak in parcel tongue. Bring me a snake and I'll tell it to fuck off. Bring me a snake and I'll chop its head off and turn it inside out and put his head back on and then throw it at you. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't. It's a snake. I saw it on a meme on my cracked ass screen, at least. It's what I remember. Money don't look that good on you. It don't look that good on me. We're all gonna die, but love is free. I saw it on a meme. Use the potential showing of my war wounds. I got a very expensive saw today, and it's in my car, and it's heavy as fuck. And loading it into my whip, I cut my arm open. And it felt like a bug bite, but then I looked down and I was like, oh fuck, I'm just like ripped apart. Wee, wee. Wee, wee. Wee, wee. I've been wandering the woods for months, hungry for a hunt. My fingers turned to talons from crawling through the mud. I can smell it coming. I can see what's in your blood. Everyone I loved died too afraid to open up. Then the mind flayer took the state. Now everyone's a puppet. I done seen a lot of good men die off of drugs. I might be crazy, but at least I don't pretend to be in love. I found something writhing in the forest, crying it to dress me as your highness, and it took me to the light. I came back with a chain like the ring around my iris. Born to set the world afire. I am everything you leave behind when you lock your doors and hide inside. I'm that feeling of betrayal when you killed your inner child. I am the embodiment of Christ, here to take the world and lift it to new heights. Top of the morning to you, laddies. It's me. And I'm here to drink my medication. Donald Trump looks like a pig man. He looks like a zombie pig man. Certified ripper. Frog aliens in South America. They're gay, I heard. They turned the alien frogs gay. The first time I truly felt connected was probably before I was born, when I was floating on my mom's right shoulder and I told her to pick the name Casey. That's my first ever memory. Was floating over my mom's shoulder as a spirit and telling her to pick the name Casey. And she said, an angel told me to pick Casey, when I was too young to speak. But then my second memory is being afraid of something, and I'm alone, and I'm assuming I'm in the doctor's office. The next memory is beings communicating with me while I am standing alone as a 2-year-old, possibly, or maybe, yeah, either 2 or 3. I think I could walk by then, so I might have been 4. And I'm at my grandparents' house. And the furniture is all like very old maroon and white floral pattern. And I look out the window of this Victorian home, and I look at the nice swing set outside, and there's a blue hue to the air. And then I went out there, and there was just some type of alien creature always communicating with me. And it turned out to be a demon. It turned out to be a demon. Because it would try to drive me away from my parents, and it would do things to sabotage my parents' image. Like, it would really try to encourage me as a kid to make my dad look bad. And I didn't understand that until I got older and realized that's what my mom does. That was something in my mother. That was a generational demon that was infesting my mother. But that thing told me, like, when I was 3 and my cousin was in front of me, the demon told me to take the helicopter toy and put it in her hair and then go meow, 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 meow. And I did it, and then fucking she cried, and I was like, but I thought it was cool. And then it also told me to pick up my cat and put my cat's paw into the rat cage, and the rat bit it when I was like 3. And then the cat cried, and I was like, I don't know why I did it. But now that I'm older, I'm like, it was a demon guiding my impulses. And when I got away from that demon, it started to attack me violently through other people. Your name is gay. That's you if you drove a car, because that car would be gay. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just not my personal preference. I'm attracted to women, but I fucking hate women. But I'm not attracted to men. And I don't. They're like, no. They're like, men are like slugs. I'm like, they're there. They're there, but I would prefer it if there were none around. You know what I'm saying? Listen, Linda. They said life gets better as we suffer. So I don't talk to God unless I would wish that we could make mistakes and learn to move on from one another. I love you all, but I got no love for you motherfuckers. Do you remember when I was somewhere way up north crying out for help when you would look out and ignore? And now when you need to find me, you won't find me anymore. Because I'll be out here hiding from the storm. Sleeping on somebody's porch, smoking on a cancer stick. I know it's bad for my health. I'll see you in hell. Take off on my motorcycle, way beyond that grand horizon. I'll take the blame so you can play pretend. I'll see you at the end. I wish you all the best. I'll see you in hell. I'd rather die a legend, adorned with a crown made of thorns, floating aflame to the sound of the horns, than to be strung out at the lake at the end of my rope, surrounded by the ghosts of my so-called friends, fading away to the same old song, where it went wrong. Have you had contact with the gray aliens? Pretty often. A lot more often than you'd expect. Like twice a year at least, which is a lot more than other people. Twice a year they swim up to my consciousness and reveal themselves, and then I go, I don't know what the fuck to do with this information. And then they swim away. And I'm like, well, at least you're there. But they really try to communicate with me. They tell me that I'm the messenger. They tell me that I'm really important. They tell me to look out for Casey's. Casey's everywhere. Casey's everywhere. And then Disclosure Day drops. And where does it take place? I can't hear you. Can you say it louder, please? Where does Disclosure Day take place? What news station? What news station? Huh? What news station? The Casey station. Whoa! Thank God Ben and Brian finally got their gag order released, so now they can talk about the evil Amon, like in Legend of Korra, that I was watching when that whole thing happened. And how he stole all their Legos. Like, my family took my room full of Legos worth way more than Brian Mansell's collection. And they fucking sold it for probably $50 fucking to buy booze and cigarettes. Did he multiply or is he gone? Is he going? Is he going? Is he multiply? No, he's living now. He's living in the fucking vent right there in my room now. How did you get that camper? I tried to shoot myself in the face, and I was tackled and hospitalized. Whoops. Whoops. Well, you could say that when I was born on the 11th princess, God played every major 7th chord, the clouds opened and crowd formed, corpses, angels rained down, holy heaven, swords, and corpses spilled and fell around the boy with an aura, red, green, and gold, a legend who can't die until his story's told. I smoked, took control, broke about the mold, went and found my soul, now I'm in control, I met the Holy Ghost, he taught me how to flow, then I bought all of my preachers an Uzi, you can't chill in my jacuzzi, all of you losers are useless, I just made a porn, they're paying to view it, you're fucking a fucking computer, quit making your fucking excuses and just fucking do it. I'm sick of this shit, it's so stupid. You bitches aren't woke, you're barely lucid, I can tell how you're made by your music, you're gullible, easy to influence. You don't got a brain, you barely use it. I said, you don't got a brain, you barely use it. I can speak alien fluent. I'm making Satan look stupid. You try and stop the revolution, I'll pull up and shoot you like Vladimir Putin. Zooey mama. Zooey mama. Zooey mama. Perfect miracle, Casey fought for it. By a miracle, the land with the glowing cross. How did you get that camper? A perfect miracle, but Casey fought for it? I did. I fought for like 12 fucking years. And I still am fighting every day. They want to cast spells of indifference at me where anything that I say to them, they go, like crows trying to destroy, and I can feel all their intentions. It's like a wave of old losers casting their limiting beliefs onto this place. And I'm like, this is not what it's for. Be gone, bitch. And then I finally find peace, and I'm like growing like an ancient tree, and I'm going around the property happy. And then what happens? A guy runs at me and tries to fight me. Shut up, you pessimist! Wait. Higher power. Wait. Pop off the top off. We don't have a roof. Higher powers took control of me in 22. Then I broke about the kettle and we on the loose. I put 100,000 hours in the stew, man. I hate to burst your bubble, boy. I cop a couple pounds and I flip it through my town. I've been known to shut it down when they try and take the crown. And they cannot catch a vibe. You've been shut out of the sound. I'm the undisputed realest one around. He tried to pull a gun. Made that pussy put it down. Sit that kitty down while I chill and watch Sopranos. I'm the new Tony Montana. We came out snowy mountains, but we hotter than a sauna. If they try to roll up on us, it's no quiero su luguero cumpleaños. I do business mano mano, salsa pico de gallo, eat, devour, and defile. I tried to shake their hand, but it curled into a fist. I don't politic with pissy pessimists. Don't pretend to be the shit when you're not nothing but a wimp. Get the fuck up off my dick before I pull up on your bitch, seduce, and feed her all my kids. You know exactly who this is, motherfucker. I'm Casey, on my way to greatness. I can smell the hate, but I know that they won't say shit. They can't see me coming, they need LASIK. I don't fuck with none of y'all bum bitches because all of y'all are basic bumbleclot. You look a little pressed, boy. I think you need a facelift. I go Super Saiyan when they lock me in the Matrix. Fight every single day just to free all of these slaves. Stuck me demonic robotic courses way out of chemical radio waves. I couldn't wait for y'all to see the diamond at this press. To break my people from their chains. Tell Joe last as long as my last name. Que House of Francois. I am a different species. Vegeta is my favorite. Vegeta's pretty cool. I prefer Avatar: The Last Airbender though. What if I took my hair and put a second one on top of my head like this? What if I did that? Would that be cool? Would that be cool, guys, if I did that? I shouldn't have to watch anything to get a basic breakdown. It's not extraordinary. You couldn't even tell one lots of it. Please, Casey, tell me how you got a camper. Please. Maybe I earned it. Maybe I earned it through years of suffering to save my people. Maybe I fought hard with nothing against a world that wanted me dead. And I got up every fucking day and I did the best I could. Maybe I carried homeless people on my back freezing to a heater because they wanted to kill themselves. Maybe I saved a child that was raped and dumped out of a window and we carried him up the mountain. Except I wasn't there. I showed up later because I was there before. And I sat there with him while he fucking decided to smoke meth. And I said, hey, I'll be by the co-op waiting all night. You until the morning to give up this bullshit and I'll save your life. I'll buy you a gym membership and everything. And he didn't, and then he got raped and dumped out of a window, and I feel responsible for it. But I was sitting there, and he was smoking meth, and I'm sitting in the hallway of an abandoned library on the 10th floor in Burlington, just watching these meth heads fucking zonk out and get possessed. And then I feel a wow, 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 and I look over, what the fuck? And then it's a Doctor Strange, but instead of the light, it's out of fire. A fire circle opens, and then a crying woman's head peers out, and she's crying. And then she goes away, and then something says, it's time for you to go, Casey. They failed. There's nothing you can do. They fucked their own life up. It's time for you to get the fuck out of here. So I get up and I walk all the way down in the pitch black darkness, down 10 flights of stairs, and I go wait by the co-op, and I fall asleep in negative degrees out there, waiting for this kid to come out of the fucking meth house. And then I wake up to some fucking liberal pan cuck twink piece of shit going, is that your bat? You know, it's baseball season. You might want to play sports instead of this. And I get up and go, you didn't have to fucking touch me. You could have just said, hey man, it's time to go. I'm waiting for somebody to change their life. And he didn't believe me. But I was like, I bet you liked touching me, didn't you? And then I walked away back to my tent. I'm sorry, you're a pussy. It ain't my fault, you suck. It ain't my fault, you suck. What's good, bro? What up, man? Eventually, I'm going to have to get my guitar. But right now, I hear a ringing outside as if there's a UFO above the building. I've never heard this ring before. I'm always going. There's a groundhog living under my camper, and there's a mouse living over there. They're getting closer every day. I'm being surrounded by animals. I live in a pit of animal nests. I've never been happier. Just kidding, I was happy when I was in a relationship, but she was a lying whore. And she'll go to hell. I seen you on America's Most Wanted. What'd I do? What'd I do, man? What'd I do, fam? What did I do? What was my crime? Are you a baddie or are you a fatty pretending? You might be a troll. Are you trolling me? You think I should get cornrows? Right now I'm working on getting all this. I got a little bit of chunk left, guys. And then I'll look like every movie star from the 2000s squished into one. You would never troll? You can troll a little bit. You can troll me a little bit. Sky Santiago. I wanted to say, join ICE. Take my advice. Join ICE. If you're low on options and in need of a plan, they're in need of you needing to feel like a man. Join ICE. Look at them go. If you're looking for purpose in the current circus, if you're needing respect and attention, if you're in need of a gig that'll make you feel big, come with me and put some folks in detention. Just last week was kind of rough. I put a kid in cuffs. I zipped tied a lady to a van. We could sneak around town hunting working folks down. I bet they get a great benefit plan. Join ICE. Take my advice. Join ICE. God. Sky Santiago, can you confirm that every woman is a liar? That's cultural appropriation. No, I'm everything that ever was. I am something ancient. I've been through more wars than you could name. I watched you and I waited, picking needles way up haystack. I had a mountain to myself before the Richmond north of Richmond came. Building Legos with a legend and a Labrador way out there in nature. I let you think I'm crazy and find creative ways to hate me. I found it entertaining. I couldn't find a therapist who'd stay. I was too good at playing games, but your pride and your selfish ways left room for you to make mistakes. I have a list you know you made in an army in the shade of the acacia with a plan for the escape. You'll be somewhere under waves of crackheads and hurricanes, and I'll be with them foreign girls who love to feed me grapes. I only lie about my age sometimes, but you're my astrologer. I knew you weren't like 100 years old. You said you were like 87 once, right? You ain't no 87. Why must you lie to me, Linda? Sky Santiago was probably a baddie too, and I scared her away with my memes. I'm just too much of a meme. I'm too much. I can't stop it. I can't stop memeing. Can anybody hear me? Watch me change the shape of my face at will. If you're low on options and in need of a plan, they're in need of you needing to feel like a man. Join ICE. Join ICE. Take my advice. Join ICE. If you're lacking control and authority, come with me and hunt down minorities. Join ICE. Look at them go. If you're low on options and in need of a plan, they're in need of you needing to feel like a man. Join ICE. Get out of here, mosquito. Get the fuck out of here, mosquito. He don't listen. He don't listen. He don't listen. Now he's dead. Look at him grow. Get out of here. Stop biting me. I have welts on my fucking body from all of these mosquitoes. My future wife will tell her parents that she married a tree. Wake up. Nothing's real. There's no one way to live. Just because you were born doesn't mean you have to adopt the culture that was programmed into you. There's no one way to live. We all just get one life. It don't matter what you do, just as long as you're you and you have fun, that's all fine. You can go to Hawaii and live there for a month, and then you can go to Scandinavia and roll you a blunt. You can go to the Chinese and tell them you're one of them, and then they'll kick you out because you're obviously not one of them. But then you can see the Great Wall of China. And then go down to Morocco and then get you a fine one. What the fuck are you looking at? I went on a roller coaster once at Six Flags. My girlfriend was arguing with me the whole time because she was terrified. Because she was cheating on me. She was terrified that I was cheating on her. And then a bunch of bad bitches wanted me to hang out with them. And I didn't because I was arguing with her the whole time. But then I went onto the roller coaster. And it wasn't, I think it gave me PTSD again. Because I stayed in that, and like, oh my God, focus, hold on. I stayed in that mode for like 6 months. So then I took her to the amusement park and we went on this terrifying ride and she was screaming, oh my God, and I was just completely stoic, fine. Like we are upside down. And I'm standing there and I look at her and I'm like, oh, her glasses are going to fall. Watch out. And she's like, and I'm like, your glasses, hold on. Keep your glasses on. And we are upside down. Pornkachu. I've never looked up Rule 34 except once just to see what it was. This vape is breaking down the enamel in my teeth, and eventually they're going to fall out. Boy. We're going down in an early round. Sugar, we're going down swinging. I'll be your number one with a bullet. A loaded God complex, cogging and pulling. We're going down, down in an earlier round. Sugar, we're going down swinging. I gotta blow my nose for a minute. Rooster teeth. Roosters don't have teeth. Meow, 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 meow. I'm gonna puke eventually, and I'll feel much better after I do. Don't try me. Don't try me. I was buried under trauma. Then I crawled through all the callous, grabbed my hammer off the throne, tossed the chalice, ran and dove right off a balcony, and rode off on a dragon towards the ashes. My dad's blood is full of legends, and my mother's schizophrenic. Both are addicts. I was raised alone inside the madness. I could brand you just like cattle, burn and eat you like the Aztecs. Tear your heart out, wear it around my neck to keep at bay the sadness. Stay, 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 stay for the night if you want to. I can show you what my dreams are made of. As I'm dreaming of your face, I've been away for a long time, such a long time, and I miss you there. I can't imagine being anywhere else. Can't imagine being anywhere else but here. How the hell did you ever pick me, honestly? 'Cause I could sing you a song, but I don't think words could explain your beauty. Singing to me, how the hell did we end up like this? You bring out the beast in me. I fell in love from the moment we kissed. Since then, we've been history. What? What? Why? What? Really? What? Wendy Odegaard? You sound like a Viking. You sound like the descendant of rapists that stole my Irish brethren and took them to the Jews. My favorite album, thank you for asking. It's If I'm James Dean and You're Audrey Hepburn by Sleeping with Sirens. Singing to me, how the hell did we end up like this? You bring out the beast in me. I fell in love from the moment we kissed. Since then, we've been history. Oh, my stomach's tied in knots. I'm afraid of what I'll find if you and I talk tonight. Ooh, ooh. See, the problem isn't you. It's me, I know. I sing it every single time. I push you away. I guess you're afraid. I wish that I could be a movie star. That would be fucking cool. I'd have to fix my fucking hair and do probably a lot of water weight cleanse because I got some fat on me right now. But eventually, I could be the next Robert Baratheon. The whore's pregnant. 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 Ned. Ned. I think I'd rather be a villain. I'd rather be a villain that wins in the end, though, like an anti-hero. A villain that you go back and realize that you only saw a minuscule part of his life, where he seemed to be bad, but that bad was aimed at something really good, and he was good the entire time. But you only saw this little fraction that was bad. So you see him as a badass villain, but then as you expand into this thing, you realize we were the villain. We were prejudice. I can't be trolled. You can't troll me. I'm the untrollable. I am the best troll on the face of this earth. I trolled the governor of my state. I've been trolling the governor. I've been trolling the head of the Republican committee in my state as well. I trolled the entire police. I trolled the entire state, man. You can't troll me. I'm the troll lord. Eventually, I'm gonna have to shit. Show us your knife collection. I have a machete somewhere. I lost my hatchet. They stole it from me. And then I got a machete. I have a BB gun. If a crow walked up to my door and knocked on it, I don't know what I'd do, man. If a crow showed up and said, "I'm sorry I raped you spiritually for months. Can I have a bit of your sugar, neighbor?" I don't know what I would do. I don't know if I could take it. Especially if it had a Confederate flag on. I don't know what I would do if a Confederate crow showed up looking for sugar, apologizing for its actions only because it needed something from me. It's crow hunting season, which is in April. I might just fire a catapult filled with shit, burning pitch, and broken glass at it from across a battlefield. And if you tried to stop me, you would become cannon fodder. Wow, 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 wow. Wake up. You're in a dream. Wake up. If you were in Inception and you didn't know you were in Inception, you didn't have a totem to remember that you're in a dream, how long do you think you'd be there? Probably your whole life, and you die in the real world. I'm afraid what I'll find. Bernie Sanders says, "Tax the wealthy. You need to tax the wealthy." Hey, Bernie, can I have some of your money? Call the police! Call the police! He's loitering! Wow, 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 wow. Every wow gets me closer to destroying you. Wow, 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 wow. Open your mind to me. Wow, wow, wow. I'm in your mind now. I'm in there going, wow, wow, wow. I'm burning all your walls down. Wow. I'm not living rent free in your head. I'm burning the shit. I'm squatting in a lot of people's brains, not gonna lie. How many brains y'all think I'm squatting in, man? What kind of Mario Wario bullshit was Obama fighting Osama? I saw that on YouTube Shorts today. I'm gonna be the next Robert Baratheon. Lakota. Yo, what's up, Thor? You think I look like Chris Hemsworth? Thank you, man. Pew, 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 pew. Shut the fuck up. Should I shave my face? I kind of like the pedo stash. I'm looks maxing right now. Leave me alone. I'm molting like a snake. I'm molting. Am I mogging you? Are you getting mogged right now? Can anyone hear me? I got a lot of snot in my nostrils because I've been vaping so heavily. Keep the long hair. I was thinking about cutting it, man. I was thinking about cutting it. All right, son. I'm thinking about shaving. Thinking about cutting my hair, man. It's a lot of hair, bro. It's down my back to like the bottom of my spine, man. Are you a black guy? Yeah. It's hard out here being black, I'll tell you that much. You ever box professionally? No, but I beat the fuck out of a lot of people in 2022. I got in like 15 fights and I never lost. But in 2021 and 2020 and 2019 and 2018, I got whooped a lot. And then something happened where I snapped and I lost my learned helplessness. And then I was like kicking people's teeth into their head, throwing them on the ground, putting my fingers in their eyes, ripping their face, kicking the shit out of people that would try me, because I traveled around and I wore Tim's and a chain and a New York brim backwards, and I had tattoos and I was smoking BLKs and I was traveling around New England where they don't like people that look like that. Which brand make ketchup in America? I don't know. I know that Heinz is German, so I wouldn't know who makes ketchup in America. Probably Jewish people, full of chemicals. Oh, so you were an MMA? No. I was homeless and traveling around. And people tried to fight me all the time. People threw a chair through my window. People tried to rip me out of the car, to jump me in my room. People tried to jump me at my dad's motel room when I went back home. People tried to fight me all the fucking time. And then in 2023, there was a man who knew on mushrooms and he fucking crawled up a tree and then he pounced on me like a cat from the tree to my tent to choke me out, and I had to cut my way out with my machete and then throw the tent over him like in a cartoon, and he's going, "Wah!" And then I ran away. America is completely hijacked by the Jews. There ain't nowhere that isn't, bruh. They're even in Antarctica, man. But there's not as many of them as there are us right now. So they have to make us fight each other. They have to make brain-dead idiots sit in hate groups, trolling, which is just gossiping about people that aren't around to cope with the fact that they're mentally retarded. But the Christians do the bidding for the Jews. There ain't no religion that ain't doing the bidding for the Saturnians. It's all one big cult. Fold the Christian cross up into a box. That's Mecca. Look at Mecca from a diagonal angle. That's inside the Star of David. Who owns the world but BlackRock and Vanguard? What do all of this black box symbolism point to? The hexagonal storm atop Saturn with a cube inside it staring directly at Earth at all times. And what do they call that? They call that Capricorn, or the goat. Which is why Eminem does this and LeBron does the goat. He's the goat. Because they built the world worshipping Baal. It's in the Bible too. I'm a Capricorn, bro. Well, you might be a super duper narcissist if you don't selflessly work hard towards your goals. Capricorn is the struggle to deserve the power that you feel like you deserve. Having a Capricorn sun means you have to lose yourself, sacrifice yourself, be selfless, and work for the betterment of society and build your empire, or else you'll hoard all the power and not deserve it, and everyone around you will ignore you and think that you're a fucking narcissistic piece of shit. Casey, do you recommend a tarot reader? No. I recommend you go out into the woods and lose your mind and come to your senses. And look through that horizon and realize it's always been exactly as I've planned. I'm those iridescent lights, blinking billions of eyes. Everything you think you know is a lie. I am vigilance incarnate, the first and last wildfire. And you're all my favorite albums. I'm the case you live inside. I still take you out and play you as I drive. Flying down these dirt roads with a bear cub and a peregrine, my heroine beside, with an E at the end. This greatest gift The world created is the illusion of goodbye. You're either with me or you will be cast aside. Either way, you are all going to die. And I'll wake up fine when it's time to do it all again. From now until forever, I'm Chaos of Francois O'Brien. Woo-wee. I think that what the tarot readers is when you're so bravely on your spiritual journey, holding yourself accountable, letting the initiations happen where you're severely humbled and you can barely function because you're trying to hold this in what you're trying to learn. Then YouTube will recommend the tarot videos and you will know because Christ is living inside you. You will know that it has a resonant frequency match and you'll click it and it'll say whatever, let's say you're a Taurus, it'll throw out the Hierophant. Or let's say you're a Cancer, it'll throw out the Chariot. And I'm hearing Linda. You can't just like go to a tarot reader. And either way, if you do, what they're doing is recycling your mind carried and ideas implanted in them by, well, I guess you deleted it. Tell me what you can about the Masons. Why the fuck would I tell you anything after you just tried to belittle us? Don't you know that when you start the I'm better than you war, you automatically lose because you expose yourself as needing our validation? Don't you know that you've always been the pathetic little loser? We don't care. Hi, I really like your eyes. You have eater eyes. What the fuck does that mean? I know your tongue game is straight up fire. Dude, one time my friend recorded me fingering a hole in the bed when I was 17 as like I just thought it would be really funny. And then I realized he was recording me, and then the entire school was like, let me get Casey's Snapchat. Let me get Casey's Snapchat, man. And I was so like, I had just gotten out of DCF, but I was locked in a room about a quarter the size of this camper bedroom, and they would only feed me bread and lettuce, and I wasn't allowed to speak. And no physical touch or anything. So I didn't know what normal people were like. I wish I knew. You gave me a free half-hour life path reading first day, and I can't remember what it was. Your views and opinions are due to brainwashing by Jewish propaganda. I don't have any beliefs. I've lived outside so long, I think that the crows are conscious entities that speak to me through the electromagnetic spectrum and work sometimes with some type of higher intelligence to keep my consciousness boxed in through quantum observation. They never even will draw me a card. They never even will draw me a card. I don't know who they are, but I hear that are you a Virgo? I saw Virgo suddenly. Virgo. Play Tupac. My mama said that it was okay. I don't know. I don't really know. I'm gonna lie. I know Dear Mama. The blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice, or whatever. Sagittarius. I'm also a Sagittarius. You can tell by my long ass fucking face. Sinna, Kai Sinat, Jay's long face. And we rarely can grow beards, I've noticed. Gideon's also a Sagittarius. What made you think that I was a Sagittarius? I'm also a 33 life path, born in the 11th. And I'm a Sagittarius, Mercury, Sun, and Pluto in the 8th house. You know what that means, babe? It means that my life is like a sea monster of sexual energy. Have you ever kissed a man? Once. I dared to kiss my friend Jack when I was 14, and then the three baddies that were with us would show us their boobs. So I kissed him, and then I punched him as hard as I could in the gut. And now that I'm older, because it was just an instinctual reaction, because I felt disgusted. So maybe I blacked out a memory of being molested as a child or something, because the thought of kissing a dude made me so disgusted, I socked him in the gut and knocked the wind out of him. You're Virgo, Cancer, Scorpio. Yeah, I mean, Spirit said, hey, look, guys, Virgo. And she's a Virgo. So I got to kiss all the ladies and touch on their boobies because I kissed one guy with a peck and then punched him as hard as I could in the gut. He was my best friend anyway, so it don't really matter, though. But now that I'm older, I'm like, fuck, what if that guy turns out to be gay? and I like really fucked him up? What if that was like a core memory where he wanted to kiss me, and that's why they dared me to kiss him because he had a crush on me or something? Because he's kind of a I don't know, you know. Guys that like to date girls that look like young men, I'm pretty sure they're gay. Every guy that I've ever known that dated a girl that looked like a young man turned out to be more interested in me than them. And I had to be like, I'm sorry, bro. I know I talk like this, but I'm like too attracted to women for my own good. To a point where I may not value them because I am trapped in the sexual energy. If that makes sense. And that's not everybody. It's not like everyone walking down the street, but it's like if there's like a pretty girl at the store, I'm like, I bet if I didn't think so much about wanting to sleep with her, I probably would have gotten to know her. Does anybody do you really want a reading? Let's check Gremler's channel activity. See what he said. It sounds pretty demanding. Give me a reading. Give me a reading then. What am I? Sends you readings. I don't think I'd like to do that. I don't think I'd like to give you a reading. I don't think you deserve it. I'm not here for you. I'm not here for anybody. I will just think that it's really funny a year from now when I go back and accidentally find this video and see me going, "Meow, meow, meow." I think it's funny as hell. Hey, you seem very self-aware. I'm too aware of everything. It's kind of a problem. I'm aware that I'm scaring the birds right now and they're hesitant to feel comfortable, and now I feel bad. I'm aware that there's a groundhog that's a piece of shit that doesn't care that I'm screaming. I wish that this groundhog directly below my camper would be scared of me, but he doesn't give a shit. I'm a bird and a backbender. Vous êtes tous des bons amis, soldate, soldate. I never will forget those nights. Remember like it was a dream. Remember how you made me crazy. I remember how I made you scream. And I don't understand what happened to our love. But babe, I'm gonna get you back. I'm gonna show you what I'm made of. I still see you. Your brown skin shining in the sun. You got your head rolled back and sunglasses on, baby. I will feel you. My love for you will still be strong after the boys of summer have gone. Down, 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 down the county jail. Everybody, let's rock. Everybody, let's rock. Name that tune. It's a Boys of Summer by Don Henley. I now know Chinese. Thank you. Ding, ring, ring, ring. What's the groundhog? What the groundhog doing? What the groundhog doing? He chilling. He's sitting down there, and then he crawls out like, maybe Casey won't yell at me this time. Get out of here! And he goes back into his den. Down, 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 down the county jail. Let's rock. Go get one of those smoke bombs from the fireworks tent. You know, that's a good idea. And when I was 22, I was invited to have a threesome with two 35-year-old women that were doing the fireworks tent. And I thought about it, and I was like, that didn't seem romantic enough for me. They were too casual about it, and I was 22. So I went and made music in my car at the park instead. But I was like, man, I probably should. Then I was like, they just want me for my energy anyway. And at that point, 35 to me was like 50 years old. So I was like, I'm worried that if I sleep with these old women, it's going to accidentally turn into like a motherly dynamic because I'm a lost child. I'm a lost child with brain damage, out homeless on the street. I would be worried about accidentally being awkward. That's your pet now. My life is like no matter where I go, I've been traveling for like 12 years since I was 14 years old, and everywhere I go I have animal companions. Like even when I don't want to, there's a red squirrel outside, or there's a gray squirrel that comes and sits on the windowsill, or a robin flies and builds a nest above my tent in a cabin, or there's a bear outside that comes every night, or there's raccoons hanging out, and now there's a groundhog, or a red squirrel that comes to the tent every day and sits with me. Before the groundhog got here, there was a chipmunk that would hang out with me every day. I'm never alone. I'm literally never alone. Even when I try to be alone, an animal will come out and hang out with me. Faded Crew just said I farted in the line at Walmart and it smells like egg really, really bad. You should go, sorry, I have the disability. And then they'll be like, oh fuck, he's retarded. And then rip the biggest one you've ever ripped and then don't pay for your food and run out. Did you crop dust? Are you a woman? Smoke a latte? We have ourselves a black queen with a forehead like a spotlight. And that means you're very wise and probably a Sagittarius, right? Or a Cancer. But I'm also seeing a Virgo, maybe a Scorpio, but you have a Sag rising or something. You are? Yeah. You are the sign that I said, or you are just a black queen? Oh my god, thanks, I guess. We love our black queens here. Dun 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 dun, the county jail. Pisces. Well, that was Jupiter. I guess Jupiter rules Sag and Pisces. Expansion. And you're the Virgo. Virgo's the most common sign. We've gotten like, and they could be trolls, but I've got like this month I had probably 8 or 9 different Virgo 10s, which is the most common birthday. So it could be trolls, it could not be trolls. I don't know. Can you fart? Nope, not right now. Assassin Yu-Gi-Oh! Adam. Pisces, and I'm seeing 17. I tried to make it 22, but it brought me back to 17 and 16. But now I'm seeing 8. But water signs tend to have 7. They tend to be 7s and 16s. Ego some satatatas. Let's have a wonderful and hell together. What? You try to cast a spell on me? No, thank you. I rebuke you in the name. Wait, where'd he go? My Jesus actually fell. Did you do that? Wow, the power of Christ compels you. The power of Christ compels you. Wow, I rebuke you in the name of Yeshua HaMashiach. Wow. He said, ah! I think you have the ability to give me a good reading. Will you please indulge me, kind sir? You were kind of rude, man. Send me $2. you were kind of demanding, bro. You're like, prove to me. Send me $2. I'll do somebody else's. Where's the Black Queen? Post your birthday. Smoke a latte, and I'll do a reading for you. I just understand at a foundational level the common denominator between all the different schools of thought trying to uncover the truth about what this actually is. So you'll find that there's a pattern in all of them because they're all observing the same thing. That human development is influenced by planetary alignments. How are rising signs different? Rising signs are how you come into the world. So when I'm doing a reading and then all of a sudden I see somebody's face, I can usually read the energy whether it's a water, air, fire, earth sign. Like Geminis have, if it's just the features of the person's face and there's a shining, airy thing, I know that that's a Gemini, Leo, Libra rising, or a Sag rising, usually with an air sign sun. I'm a Taurus rising. Your rising sign is also your physical features. Your Taurus and not your Taurus, your rising and your Saturn are usually your physical features. Or sorry, your first house and your rising sign are your physical features and how you come into the. It's the resonant energy of you in this place that we're living inside. So if you have a fire sign energy, if it's a Sag energy, it's usually that your existence sort of churns things around you into a higher vibration. It's like a tree growing from the roots. If you have a Gemini or an air sign rising, well, I'd say Gemini, it's more lighthearted, like a. And then Libra rising is it's as if you don't disturb the status quo at all. Are the houses by the hour or by the minute? I'm not really sure, but the rising sign is by the hour and the minute. I think all of astrology is technically by the hour and the minute because it's about the shifting of the planets around us. But is somebody born at 2 o'clock a different house than somebody born at 4 a.m.? I think sometimes it's more about planetary alignments. I'm not totally sure where the houses come from, to be honest with you. I know that my Sag is in my 8th house. I don't know. I haven't asked why, to be honest. Get a hold of Jimmy Corduroy. Are the houses by the hour, by the minute? I don't know anything about this stuff. I wasn't demanding, by the way. Sorry if it seems like this way text doesn't convey sometimes. Give me a reading then. If you're so good at readings, give me a reading then. And usually when I have stuff like that, Spirit goes, fuck you, but this is what your mom's hair color is, just to prove that it's real. I was so happy I was a Libra because they're my fave. But you said you were Virgo. Wait, you did put your Libra, Scorpio, wait, Virgo, Scorpio, Libra, right? Virgo, Cancer, Scorpio. Cancers and Scorpios usually go together. Like everyone I've met that has a Cancer placement has it in the 8th or has some type of Scorpio accompaniment. Literally everyone. And then usually they have some type of air sign with them. Like every water sign I meet has a strong air, and then if it's a Cancer, it has a Scorpio. If it's a Scorpio, usually has a Sag involved. Your animal companions are a good sign. It means you have kindness. Yeah. I make the birds feel safe from the crows. And hawks don't kill things around me. They only kill things when I leave. When I'm here, the hawks don't kill the animals. They hang out with us. The eagles will literally, like the bald eagles will literally just sit there and they're not hunting, they're just chilling. They all seem to be working together to get the crows away. And I also noticed that like small birds will chase hawks away. And the hawks will actually go away. The hawks can kill the little birds so easily. But the hawks don't. They just, if the bird swoops at them and like the little bird is pecking at them, they just fly away politely. When they could obviously kill them and eat them. I think they really only eat when they're hungry. And if they know that they have an alternative food source to smaller birds, they don't eat the smaller birds. They only go when they absolutely can't eat anything else. One for the money, 2 for the show, 3 to be a legend, even if I hope. Come on, let's rock. You have animal magnetism as well, bub? Kind of condescending, bub. Are you? That's like white people stuff. Oh, it's terrible. Oh, it went bad. Oh. Oh. And now the owl's going off. It's not in my nose still. Because I vaped too hard and now I'm chucking up a lot of mucus. Pasta Pizza Master? love all birds except crows and blue jays. I fucking hate crows and blue jays. They suck. Crows and blue jays suck. All the other birds are pretty chill. And if birds don't like you, it's because you suck, man. You know you suck. You hate birds because birds don't want to hang out with you, bruh. You hate birds because you're not cool enough to be around the birds. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Hatred's not good, bro. Hatred kind of sucks. Hatred kind of ruins your day. Hating, unless it's for a good reason. And there's rarely a good reason to hate. Like if it's a cop that's just raping homeless women all the time. Or white people. You can hate white people. I hate white people. You probably won't understand this in Japanese. I get I'm not white, I'm Irish, I'm native, and I'm a little bit African, I think. I was told that I'm native Irish and African. That's nowhere white. So hate me all you want, pasta. Irish people weren't white until the 90s when they unionized. No, I'm Irish native and a little bit African. I'm like smack down the board. Irish and native. And Irish people are a breakaway Hebraic culture from the Middle East, so I'm technically more Middle Eastern. But then they moved to Ireland with the Celts and mixed with the Celts, and they mixed with the indigenous, dark-skinned, blue-eyed native to that island that came from the Moore family, which is why the biggest names in Ireland is M-O-O-R-E, Moore. I used to smoke 6 years ago, and I quit a few weeks ago, and I had a bad day at work, so I decided to pick up a pack, and I prolapsed? Your butthole fell off? You hate me, Casey? Yeah, fuck you. Fuck you. Get your dad to make you another account, buddy. Good one. Go crying back to your Japanese father. I'm Middle Eastern, and I would think, considering me majoring history, I'd know if Irish weren't white. Well, you obviously don't, and you're a pissy little brat! Thank you for bringing up that you're Middle Eastern. Because when the book says the Israelites will be, the world will come against them for thousands of years, and then they will ultimately take over the world. That's not talking about Israel. Because the people that were in Israel left. Those people became interbred with Celts and the native people of Ireland. The true Israelites are the breakaway Hebraic culture that became the Irish, with Queen Scodda in Scotland, who was an Egyptian pharaoh. And who has had it worse than the people of that island that just got raped and colonized and raped and tortured for 2,000 years until they said, fuck this. And they mutinied pirate boats. They traveled across the country. They traveled across the oceans. They went down to Jamaica. They made it their way down to South America. They went to Africa. They went all the way along the Silk Road into India and really influenced Indian culture and music. They went to, then the Vikings with the slave trade were stealing Irish people and bringing them all the way through the Middle East, all the way up. If you're Middle Eastern in the Middle East and you see all those people with fucking green eyes out there, that's because you're fucking Irish. Did you know that? Did you know that your friends, when you walk down the street in India, in the Middle East, and you see that they have green eyes, it's because you're descended from Irish people? That's the Israelite. It's not that there's one people and one nation that's eventually going to be victorious. It's the epigenetics that are put down and condensed, activating. And the people that were in Israel left. Those people became interbred with Celts and the native people of Ireland. The true Israelites are the breakaway Hebraic culture that became the Irish, with Queen Scodda in Scotland, who was an Egyptian pharaoh. And who has had it worse than the people of that island that just got raped and colonized and raped and tortured for 2,000 years until they said, fuck this. And they mutinied pirate boats. remembering epigenetics. The Crusades were justified? That's a bunch of baloney. India isn't in the Middle East. I said Persia, but they also went to India through the Silk Road. Motherfucker. If you made my skin a little bit darker, you'd think I was Middle Eastern. Inshallah, 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 to 33 times. Jesus died at 33 degrees. Go up to 33 degrees. 6-7, 6-7, 6-7, 6-7, 6-7, 6-7, 6-7, 6-7. Persia isn't in the Middle East? Yes, it is. I would consider Persia in the Middle East. I would consider Lebanon in the Middle East. I would consider the place that connects Africa to the Eastern Europe. I would consider that the Middle East. I would consider Pakistan the Middle East. I would consider Iraq and Iran the Middle East. I would consider possibly Croatia. Your spine is 33 vertebrae. Vertebrae. Get out in the Cotton Eye Joe. I was married a long time ago. 6-7, 6-7, 6-7. Hector is going to be running through Honda Civics with spoon engines, and on top of that, he just went into Harry's and bought a 3 T66 turbos with NOS and a Motec system exhaust. Was that like an MK Ultra sleeper agent wake-up call? How did you get in here, Mosquito? Get out of here. The Great Wambino. What did you call me? God, I'm out of fluid. Oh, this is the worst day of my life. I have to walk outside 15 steps to get more fluid. Woe is me. I miss my ex-girlfriend, but she's a lying whore. I didn't sign up for this. The invasion of Europe in the Dark Ages, 400 years of death and decay. The Crusades were definitely justifiable. The Knights Templar were a bunch of jerk-offs that went under the Solomon's Temple to uncover how to manipulate the human soul and manipulate jinn to work for them, and it became Facebook. The Knights Templar and the Crusades were all just stealing ancient knowledge. It wasn't justified. They were just stealing shit under the guise of being a religious purpose. But they were full of shit because religion isn't even real. It's just worship with different Fortnite skins on it. If you fold the Christian cross up into a box, you get a black box. If you look at Mecca, it's a black box. If you look at the hexagonal shape, is a 3D optical illusion of a cube in the Star of David. That's all about the hexagonal storm on top of Saturn with a box in it, a black box pointing directly at us that they used to worship. It was called Baal. Ballin' on him. LeBron James is the GOAT because he's the best baller. And the GOAT is Capricorn. It's all Baal worship, man. Religion was just understanding in the age of Pisces that we would be separated by the dark waters. And all we would have is our belief systems. And the bigger the school of fish, the more powerful the manifestation energy. So they built chambers called churches and mosques. So that they would all the fish would gather in a school and project out there, taking advantage of the Anunnakis 200,000 years ago, placing the telomere caps and the worship gene to make us externalize our power and yearn for the approval of something else, to feel like we deserve to exist, which was written in books by Enlil, about Enlil, that said, no man under my siege shall live more than 120 years. Reggie, religion is fake. Young, but you are so gorgeous. bro just spews word salad nonsense. No, Clyde Frog. I said that religion was a manipulation of the understanding of the age of Pisces, where we would be separated by the dark waters, telepathy would be cut off, and we would be stuck in our own individual narratives with belief systems, and we would be battling our belief systems like we're doing right now. But if you get enough people in a school of fish together, it would be more powerful because Pisces is about the dream of tomorrow out there. So they invented religion. My ex? Your ex? How you know what my ex looked like? Get off my fourth monitor. I'll be on all of them pretty soon. You're so stupid. You think that energy comes from nowhere? What? What? So how is it Capricorn is a sign? Does that mean I am of Baal? Demons exist, but Jesus and the angels don't? Huh? Huh? I ain't make none of those claims. Capricorn itself is the tip of the winter. It's the coldest month. Nothing going on. You have to fight for power. Emotionlessly. But it's also, that's just Western astrology. Eastern astrology is saying that planets, just like your environment you're born in, impacts your conscious mind. Just like the stimuli that you receive as in your formative years impacts the development of your psychology. And it's more geometric and spatial than people realize. That we have like our consciousness is sort of like the back rooms, where it's a 3D space, then a 4D space around it, and a 2D space with our thought forms usually. So what I'm saying is that what astrology believes is that the planets influence and the distance between the planets and each other, everything is sending energy to each other. Everything is interconnected because we literally are all orbiting around the sun. So what they're saying is that planets emit energies, and that energy shapes our growth. It impacts our consciousness in the way the energy is in the field. Impacts our development. So when it's a Capricorn season, all these energies together weave itself into an orchestrated event, or a narrative that we seem to be living inside with themes and patterns. So people have figured out that people born under certain days and signs have at least the very least predictable traits. I say that it's that we're inside something that the creator uses to create us. My first memory is me floating above my mom as a spirit telling her to pick Casey. I'm a Sagittarius in the 8th house. I'm an Aquarius in the 10th house. And I'm a Taurus rising. The name Casey means and I'm a 33 life path born in the 11th. The name Casey stems from Kehasa, which stems from acacia. Acacia means the tree of life, incorruptible. No matter how many times you cut it down, it weathers every storm and grows back pure. Which is what the divine child means. It's the innocent soul with the ancient wisdom. It's the most powerful, oldest soul that chose to incarnate as the divine child. And the 11 is the gateway between here and all other realms, without any sort of emotional charge. And actually, without any it's a selfless thing, without ego, power without ego, and allows for a more substance to the energy that allows for greater communication with other realms. The receiver of energy, of information. And Aquarius in the 10th house is the most powerful energy exalted up in a place of power, where it's sort of like a great expanse of information. Aquarius moons are huge. And my last name means a castle on a holy hill, exalted in power. My first and last name mean the same things as my sun and moon sign. And what I'm saying is that you are a created character. You were created. And God meets you where you're at. So, where we're at is that we have different schools of trying to figure out what's going on. So, it knew that I would be a Sagittarius. It knew that I would be an Aquarius moon. They might call it something different in the future when, we get more knowledge and wisdom. Are you Jewish? I'm Irish, and I'm Native, and I'm African. And I'm an alien. I have large negative blood on both sides of my family. And I'm a 33 life path, born the 11th, and my dad worked with the DuPont family, which is one of the elite 13 families. And my uncle married an actress in Hollywood. And my grandfather was working at the 97th floor of the Twin Towers, and then he was let go suddenly a few days before it got hit. Casey, the reason I knew the farmer of his own land thing is because you have the same surname. I thought Demon Hunter told me that. That Hoffman means a farmer on his own land. O'Brien means descendant of giants or alien people. Oh, that explains it. DuPont. I didn't know them. I just went to their mansion once. But my dad's buddy was the captain of their yachts. Oh, there's water here. Ooh, 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 ooh. Last Bane. Do re mi fa sol la ti do. Do ti la sol fa mi re do. A mosquito bit my foot, now I'm in pain. It itches. I just still don't feel like doing your reading, Grimer. I don't know why. I just get this hesitation. I get this, like, I shouldn't do it. I feel like you owe me $5 for some reason, and I never asked for money. But if you weren't coming across bad, I don't know. It just seems off right now. Maybe in the future. Maybe it's not your day to get a reading, but at some point I will. Scorpio's here. There's a Scorpio here. Who's watching that's a Scorpio? I'm supposed to do a reading for you. My family has ties to Knights of Columbus, to the KC. Your family has ties to the KC? Can you tell me about the Knights of Columbus? Because I'm pretty interested in that. Because they don't seem to be Christian at all. They seem to be power hungry. And they seem to see indifference as a virtue. Is Knights of Columbus a cult? Are they trustworthy people, or is it like a... Don't Knights of Columbus do rituals? Don't they believe in power harvesting and stealing the innocence of the youth like the Freemasons? There's a Scorpio, maybe... I saw that I was supposed to do a life path for reading for a Scorpio. I'll go until 2.5 hours. The hardest part of being a pet parent is when you have to have their puppies because they got you pregnant. Oh, you're one of those, huh? You're a white woman. God made a way to repair our relationship with Him. Give us forgiveness and ultimately heaven through His Son Jesus on the cross. Recognize you're a sinner and you need a Savior. Jesus paid it all. You got any proof He lived? You got any proof He existed? Or was He a psyop by the Library of Alexandria to destroy the belief in people's minds that it was the Roman gods ruling that you deserved to suffer and worship Caesar or the Roman emperor? So they had to make a big man in the sky that came as a poor man. And that's why they burned it down. so that people wouldn't realize that Jesus was a psyop. But I think it would be really cool that it was a psyop and he was not real, but then God, it actually happened and Jesus was real. I like that closed loop theory that people think that it's not real and then God shows you that it's real. You thought you were manipulating something and then God shows, no, I was manipulating you manipulating something. You got a glowing cross on a piece of land to well everything for. Yeah, but the Christians treat me horribly. They don't help. They saw my power. They were like, I can feel your anointing from miles away. I know you're special. And then they dissolved into ego, pride, power games and fucking kicked me out of the church. Literally, can I talk to you outside? Sure. And then they locked me out of the church and laughed about it. Because they knew that I told them my dream was to make music and get into a studio. And then there was a famous international Christian artist working with artistic music producer in a studio that they built for that day in the church. And I just wanted to sit in the pew and listen to him. And then the pastor's wife to say, hey, can I talk to you outside? Locked me out of the church and then lied to the pastor that I tried to attack her. Or I was scaring her. And I wasn't even talking. I was just sitting there. So the pastor shows up to cuss me out, and I'm standing like the sun is shining on my head in a certain way, and I accidentally was standing like the picture of Jesus in the church when he had his head down like this. I was just standing there like this, and I went, I don't know why, but I can see why you're mad. Basically, she said I was sitting there listening to music and waiting for you to show up, and she said, "Hey, can I talk to you outside?" And then she slammed the door in my face, and he went, well, no, 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 and I was like, if you're a pastor of a church, you're gonna do that. You're gonna give me this runaround right now and do literally the opposite of what Christ teaches. Okay, because you're gay. No, I love women, but I hate women, which is probably the straightest answer anyone could give. They are hypocrites. Yeah, they're possessed by parasites, and they love power and bullshitting. Y'all think that pigs are people? Y'all think that pigs are like more closer to people than we realize? I'd be looking at some pigs and I'm like, that's a person that fucked a dog 1,000 years ago. Can God create a rock he cannot lift? No, because he is the rock. So over time, he would create something to lift it, I guess. Rose on that crystal goof juice? Maybe. I'm running out of fluid. Jesus hated no one, but he really was not fond of hypocrites. I texted him. I texted the pastor, hey, I was there to listen to music. I told you how much I really just want to make my songs. And then you have a famous artist making music with a really talented person. And I just wanted to hear their music. And then your wife storms in, tricks me into going outside, and then locks me out and is lying to you. I feel like I'm going to remember this feeling forever. I hate this feeling. I get it a lot. And I didn't want your church to give me this feeling. I was here to help everyone, and I was going to give you a gym, and I helped you build. That day I helped him build a deck. So I said, "What do you think? What do you think Jesus would have done? He would have probably destroyed the place, right? He probably would have thrown a methed up temper tantrum, like the people on New York City, the homeless people." I watched a little bit of Brett Cooper and some drag queen sitting by a fire talking about life. And I realized that Brett Cooper was like the girls that I grew up with that had a lot of money and then were like theater kids that never really had enough pain in their life and they're very kind of prideful. And then the drag queen person was a dude that was playing as a woman, and that was a weird dynamic. But then the drag queen said Jesus was obviously a black queer hobo, right? And I was like, Gay people think that Jesus was gay because he never had sex with women. I never even thought about Jesus being gay. It never even occurred to me that Jesus didn't sleep with women and that gay people identify with Jesus because Jesus doesn't sleep with women. That was new. I don't really talk to any gay people. I don't think I've spoken with a in Vermont, there's not a lot of gay people. There's a lot of lesbians, and the lesbians are always really cool. Like my mechanic is a lesbian. She's dope. Vermont has a lot of really attractive lesbians. My dad and I have this gift with lesbians for some reason. Lesbian women love me and my dad. Somebody said I'm God's gift to bisexual women once. Do I have keys I can dangle in your face? No. How am I supposed to keep you engaged if I don't have any shiny objects? You're telling I look nothing like a Cro-Magnon, man. I'm like an alien. I'm probably more gray than I realize. And I'm gonna have cancer and look like this all day if I don't quit the vape. You know us? I'm supposed to be doing a life path reading for a Scorpio. I don't know where they're at. Something came down and said Scorpio. And I was like, am I supposed to do a life path reading tonight? And then something said Scorpio. Gemini. Libra. They can keep me down, push me to the ground. I'll get up again, again, again and again. They can't keep me down, push me to the ground. I'll get up again, again, again and again. Whoa, again and again. Whoa, again and again. They can't keep me down, push me to the ground. I'll get up again, again, again and again. They can't keep me down, push me to the ground. Are you all alone in the woods? You're never alone. Anywhere you go, you're never alone. You're never alone. You're surrounded by entities and conscious beings. I've transformed into an anime librarian. Vegeta! You're never more than 6 feet away from a spider. Yeah, I'm like 2 feet away from like 6 spiders right now, man. I had a lot of ants crawl into my mouth when I slept and I threw up. I woke up throwing up ants. Yeah, because they were trying to burrow into my throat. Hey, I was playing Take It Easy by the Eagles, and then at the 4th of July, I heard them playing all the songs that I was practicing out here. Da 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 da. Wouldn't it be cool if just 1,000 of you clipped me? And then the article would be the man who became famous for no reason we can find. Because they were just clipping me standing out by myself going, wow, 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 wow. But then there's just so many clippers that it's just, you can't escape me. Sounds like a bad reaction to the Met, the ants thing. Whoa, it's like there's a reason that I won't do a reading on you, man. Calling me, saying I'm on meth, man. Do you think somebody on meth would look like this? Come on now. Ouch. I was born in the darkness. I was born in the dark. This is what I look like with a beard. I was I was born. I was born, Batman. I was born, Batman. But I can hear your songs in my head when I see you. I hear my songs in my head because aliens play them back to me in the middle of the night. I thought I'd be alive by now and I would save the world somehow and you'd come back and see my name in lights. Life is short and what I've found is everything just fizzles out and all you love only gets old and dies. But I won't come back and tell you that all my options fell through, so you can say you saw it right. You'd welcome me with open arms, love me and then break my heart, leave me there and run off with my life. We used to be on fire, now we're all just liars, hiding from the truth about ourselves. Like mosquitoes on a mountainside, we all waste the gift of flight, hunting for the love of someone else. I can't see well. I can't breathe. Suit said I would be a millionaire and live my whole life in the air, profit off the children's hearts and minds. But when they sat me in the room, my heroes sang a different tune. All we saw was evil in their eyes. So you can keep your pretty lies, tears that look like crocodiles, sell it to somebody else. But maybe soon I'll see you and do what you did to me. Love you, leave you, let you rot in hell. Like mosquitoes by the... We used to be on fire, and now we're all just liars, hiding from the truth about ourselves. Like mosquitoes by the river, if you want fun your dinner, lest you use a chemical to help. Well, I can't see well. I can't breathe. I don't sleep well without you here with me. I love you, I hate you, I miss you. You missed me, I bug you, you love it, you need me. I thought I would be the king by now and save the world. It's funny how I wound up in the woods all by myself. The friends I fought to save only care about reputation. Now they're stuck screaming in the sickest show and tell. It turns out they all suck, and now I'm happy that you're stuck. Where were you when I was crying out for help? You wrote me off as nothing, but now that I get money, suddenly you care about my mental health. We were fearless, running wild, singing songs around the fire. Now you're living in whatever lie that helps. Like mosquitoes in the cities, we need blood and it ain't pretty, chasing a light that kills ourselves. Well, I can't see well. I can't breathe. I don't sleep well without you here with me. I love you. I hate you. I miss you. You missed me. I bug you. You annoy me. Can I kiss you? Fly away again. Don't tell me after everything I've been through, the hells that I've been sent to, that I should just give up and get a life. The world put me through so much that I can barely function. It takes everything to just get up and try. Fuck it, I'll wear that blue collar and waste my life for $1. Maybe find love when I'm 45. Sit there in a shitty house, listen to you bitch about all the things you're too afraid to try. Maybe then I'll feel a spark, finally open my heart up, and take off in the woods again. Yeah, aliens are real. The government said aliens are real. The government's been saying aliens are real, man. You make me want to do violence to cripples. It's not me, that's your own shit. Don't project and play victim. It's not me that wants to do that. It's something else. It must be. It's your fault I suck. It's my dad's fault. But it is my mom's fault that she lied to the police and now I have permanent damage to my eyes because They maced me, dragged me on the ground, lied to the news about what happened to cover for a wrongful arrest, made up a bunch of charges that got dismissed, and then didn't wash my eyes and left me in a closet for days with no running water, bedding, or food. And now I have permanent ocular damage. So that wasn't my fault. There was nothing I did. There was literally nothing I could do about that, which sucked. Because I was just going to charge my car battery. I guess you could say I could have let the cat down instead of whoop, and he landed. I could have set him down because the loud noise scared her. Maybe soon I'll see you, do what you did to me, love you, leave you, let you rot in hell. Well, I can't see well, I can't breathe, I don't sleep well. Without you here with me, I love you, I hate you, I miss you. You missed me, I bug you, you annoy me. Can I kiss you and fly away again? Like mosquitoes in the cities, we need blood and it ain't pretty. Chasing a light that kills ourselves. My fucking peach iced tea went bad in the sunlight, which sucks. Love you. Wee! Get out in the Cotton Eye Joe. I've been married a long time ago. Where did you come from? 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 Cotton Eye, where did you come from? Where did you come from? Where do you live, Casey? I'm probably in the back rooms at this point. Wow, wow, wow. Where did you come from? Where did you come from? We don't need to do what's right if y'all all got full-time jobs. I think it's crazy to be lazy. If you are, then fuck off. Because I got bills I made I need to pay for things I don't want. I don't know how to have fun, so I talk shit at the park. And we don't need to do what's right if y'all... Wait. If the mask I wear is bright, it don't matter what I do in the dark. I don't know how to have fun, so I talk shit about the hobos, homos, chobos, popos, local yokels, and the kids at the park. You cut your arm open? Did you clean the wound? Well. I got a massive saw today that barely fit in the car. It's a nice one, too. Black & Decker. And then I'm going back on Saturday to get a shit ton of wood and some lattice for free from people that are moving in together. And she's moving out of her house and moving into his house. So I get a bunch of shit from her ex-husband. So I'm gonna get a shit ton more wood. So I'm clearing out. I got my pallets. I got it all moved over there. Enough to start the pallet base. Then I'm gonna build a Shelter Logic frame and put the tarp over it so that it lasts the winter. And then slowly work on building some type of rafters above the roof here so that it looks nice, and then I can put some roofing over it. I think that's what I'll do with the wood. What do I do for a living? I receive tithe from a family that says I really helped them a lot in life. And they made a landscaping company called KC. So instead of the church, which they're not happy with, they fulfill their religious obligation to tithe by sending it to me instead. If the mask I wear is bright. That's a song about you, though. In my head, you're in my bed, waiting for the day I wake up scared. You'll tell me it's okay, I'll take you anywhere. I know you hate me. We made mistakes. But if we can just escape somewhere away from all the pain, maybe the memories we make will fill up all the holes we made. But you're gone and that's okay, I'll fold your blanket up and leave it in my safe place. Casey Strange, I mentioned Casey as well. Yeah, it's my story, you're living in it, bitch. Sorry, but I'm literally the embodiment of paradise. Whoa! And I'm accompanied by Brian, Frank, and Ray. Whoa, what? That's just like Loki. Loki, when he gets taken by the TVA and he goes outside of time and space, he looks for his Gary or his mighty spear. And then he corners some guy in an office. And the guy in the office, he goes, "Give me the Infinity Stones or I'll gut you like a fish." And the guy goes, "What's a fish?" Because it's the age of Pisces, and that guy operates outside of time, so he doesn't know what a fish is, because he doesn't need to be in the dark waters of Pisces. So then he goes, "Oh, you mean the Infinity Stones?" And he opens up this this filing cabinet drawer, and goes, "Look, the things that are the most valuable things in the universe are just right here." And they're like paperweights to us. We have hundreds of Infinity Stones. Your universe only has 5. So then Loki goes, "Nothing I ever wanted in life mattered, and I ended up dying to Thanos anyway if I kept going down that road." So then Loki's ego is killed, and he decides to be a hero. The only thing that defeated Loki in the canon MCU, because he went back after Thanos killed him, so he's still alive. The only thing that changed Loki's character forever was a guy named Casey. And Casey was taken by the TVA from his universe when they pruned it. And they gave him a new name, Casey, when originally his name was Frank. And then they worked together with a girl named Sylvia to go and find the person who was managing the multiverse, who they thought was lizards. But it turns out it's not lizard reptilians. It's actually a guy named Kang the Conqueror, whose initials is KC. So then they defeat Casey, and he goes, "You just opened a can of worms you'll never close, bitch." And then he turns out now there's just KCs across the multiverse that are the most intelligent beings in the multiverse, and they're amassing armies and going to war with each other, causing chaos and destruction across the entire multiverse. So then Loki, which is the Viking word for nature, it's the god of nature, or Cernanos, or God, or whatever you'd like to call it. Loki goes and collects a KC variant, works with KC, and then goes down to the bottom of time, or the bottom of the TVA, and meets a guy named OB, or Ouroboros, or 33. So Casey, whose name is Frank, Obi, and Casey, Kang the Conqueror, work together with nature to find a way to fix the collapsing multiverse. And then Loki, like the 33, sacrifices himself for the betterment of the world and becomes Yggdrasil, or the Tree of Life, or the Acacia. And that's why Call Me Carson has a developer named Code Husky, whose real name is Loki, and Call Me Carson's screen name is Gary. And in 2022, he was building his Minecraft base, Yggdrasil. That's why Casey Rocket, oh, also Jonathan Majors, before he was Kang the Conqueror, he was in Star Wars The Force Awakens with Rey. Casey Rocket blew up next to Adam Ray. Kai Cenat blew up because he met Ray in Taiwan. When Casey Francis O'Brien took a picture with his foster brother, John Michael Ray McManus, while he was dating a girl named Brianna Ray, who goes by Ray, and Casey and John Michael were fighting over a girl named Ray that they wanted to make music with. Casey Rocket and Adam Ray. That's why Queso overtook Kai Cenat to be the biggest, and then Kai Cenat's the biggest, and then Casey Neistat invented vlogging basically, and Kurt Kaz is the best travel vlogger. Because we are Legion, but not in a bad way. And that's why Kat and Clark, KC, were in the back rooms with Robbie, because Robert Baratheon is based on Brian Boru. Wow, 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 wow. That's also why Kendrick Curry had the Stay Weird shirt. That's why Kelly Clarkson. That's why the Kansas City Chiefs won the Super Bowl in my year of the cat, 2023. That's why Casey Rocket popped off in 2023. That's why Kai Cenat met Ray. That's why Queso took off in 2023, because it was my year of the cat, and I am part of the Tree of Life, and I'm a 33 life path, born on the 11th. Wow, 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 wow. You will understand that's why Disclosure Day takes place in the KC station. That's why Harry Potter has to go through the King's Cross station to meet Brian Dumbledore. Wow, 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 wow. And you, if you don't know, you're stupid. You're a dumb little retard, and you know it. Why don't you play the sport then? Shut up. What are you talking about, man? You seem different than you did yesterday. He clearly is. I am CC. You are CC. I don't know what that means. But that's why Captain Clark, that's 33, right? C is the third letter. Captain Clark. And then Cat and Clark. Captain Clark. Cat and Clark were in the back rooms. That's Casey with Robbie. And that's why Casey had to meet Robbie Taggart, and M stands for money, because Mary was also in the back rooms. And that's why I'm at a place with a giant Mary statue in 2026 when I met M stands for money. And if you don't know, you will, bitch. You will find all the Caseys and Rays and Franks and Brians and Alex and Vincents, Leos and Lokis and Libras. You will know, or you will be destroyed. You've seen Matt before? Yeah, Matt and I pop into the same live streams. I talked to him today. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Matt was an opportunity for the world who felt like shit inside to have the opportunity to play like a bully. So they made a mountain out of the molehill that was Matthew, and they're all mad about nothing. And then at the end of the day, you have to decide, was M stands for money entertaining like a streamer? Did he entertain you? Then he did his job. Wow, 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 suck it up, buttercup. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. I bet Matt used his one wish Willow to be famous, and then this was how it turned out, was that the whole world was just mad at him for no real reason, other than he was like a character. M stands for Megamind. But loneliness is a terrible thing. Loneliness does crazy shit to people, and it makes them want to escape into drugs because society sucks. If you want to reach ultimate enlightenment, you need to scoot your butt in the dog like a dog for 10 plus hours. Dogs scoot their butt on the floor for 10 hours to seem like me. Bro had a crash out. Apparently said some pretty gross stuff about kids on stream. Well, could you blame him? I've seen just a tiny fraction of what that guy went through. Plus, isn't like half his teeth missing? He probably feels like he doesn't deserve love. And then people are just like trying to bait him into saying something to clip him. Somebody's like, fuck it, let me just. He's in a bad mood. But if he actually did do something, that's kind of fucked up. You heard? That's kind of fucked up to actually do shit. But if you just say some shit, whatever, in his circumstance, I'm like, okay. You know what I'm saying? Like I've been in institutions before and seen people say some terrible shit because they were just having a bad day and they were trying to figure shit out. You know what I'm saying? And he obviously has not figured shit out. I think he has figured his shit out and he's doing better. Just asking about Dairy Queen. I don't really care, bruh. It ain't got nothing to do with me, man. I don't even know the guy. Like people are trying to say Robbie Taggart, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I don't even. Who cares? Just scroll away. He's been offline for that. No, I think he got a studio apartment and he's doing pretty well. Every time I saw him, he was funny as fuck. When I saw him, I was like, I said something about how he's like how long have you been making content for? And he's like, I can be entertaining. And he went, and I was like, he's got it down. That made me laugh. That was funny as hell. The problem is there's a woman named Danielle that posted publicly that she went to the motel and was looking for him in the window. And then there was another guy that said, I've been calling around and going to his room in the motel. And people have screenshots of that. And that's fucking organized harassment and stalking. That's a crime. That's a federal crime. To do it together as a group on the internet, that's a federal crime. Sucks to suck, bitch. Haha. Should have done something better with your life, right? That's what you keep saying everyone else should do. Now you're gonna go to jail for stalking. Bow, 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 bow. I need fluid. I require fluid. Matt can be genuinely funny and he can be genuinely a good guy, but his anger often gets the better of him, and he's said to have some really dumb things live. Yeah. Yeah, but imagine if we didn't get to experience M stands for money 1,000 years from now. Imagine how cool it's going to be to go back and dig up the archive of his VODs. And to see the comment sections in his thing. Imagine, when we're able to process like thousands of videos at once because we've evolved into being like AI, and then all of a sudden the collective conscious gets hit with the M stands for money story, and everybody involved, and then through them they'll find me, and then they'll find Casey Rocket, Kai Cenat, Kendrick Curry, Queso, Kurt Cass, Cassius Culpepper, the Loki story, and then my ex-girlfriend whose nickname was Gary, who had a dog named Loki and a brother named Leo, and she was a Libra, and my name is also Gary, and he's a Leo Libra. And then they'll find, oh shit, it's the next book of the Bible. I watched one Jinxie stream, and there was thousands of kids watching, and he got up and shook his dick in the camera, and then turned around and shook his butt in front of the camera. And I was like, you guys are mad at Matt. You're mad at M stands for money for just saying some shit offhand. You're not mad at Jinxie for flashing children every single day. For years, he's been just shaking his dick in front of the camera for kids to see. Then turning around and shaking his butt, mooning the camera, talking about if you have an erection, type 1. And he knows his audience is 90% below the age of 18. What the fuck? Come on, guys. Admit that you're the pieces of shit. I'm way more mad at Jinxie for shaking his dick on camera to children than I am about whatever offhand comment Matt and Robbie have said. But you guys don't feel like you can hurt Jinxie, right? You feel like you can hurt Matt, so he's an easier target. Somebody said, oh, I never thought of that. Yep. Jinxie. Pedo. Please join the Bad Juice Society. Mirror. Oh, mirror, mirror. What's up, brother? Queso. My pizzas have probably gone bad, but they were on sale for $2, so I wasted $7.50. Do I have my other drink out here? W Bad Pizza. I put my apple juice in my cold melted water. My melted ice, but it's still cold. Ouch! Oh my god! I wish I could crush the mouse's face with my big toe. Alright. What up, Sammy? Sam in Miami? Wow, all my senses come to life while I'm drinking a Faygo Cola. Chat, the vape made my enamel fucked. I'm tired. I want to watch Fury. I've been scooting my butt on the floor like a dog for 8 hours. Good for you, man. Power to you. Should I get cornrows? If I lose some weight, should I get cornrows? How come everyone named Ruby looks exactly the same? How did they know when people named Ruby were born that they would have the strongest jawline you've ever seen? That's my question. Chad, I'm not gay, but I'm unusually attracted to Ruby Setnik. It was like a... Nope, just scoot your butt on the floor. Ow, it tastes like metal. Ah! Ah! Wee! I wish I got invited to more parties. But only with the kids that I grew up with, because they were really cool. Yo, you look like... Huh? Huh? Eddie Sedgwick. I like Ruby Setnik. I just wish she was Ruby Set Thick a little more. Then she would be perfect. Are you doing readings tonight? I could. If you post your birthdays, I could do some light path readings and see if Spirit has any messages for you. You think if I asked for $100 for a cordless framing nail gun, people would send it? I love that furniture behind about you, the design. Yeah, they don't make shit like that used to anymore, man. I want to bring that back. I love this I like old furniture and okay, December 20th, you're a Capricorn. Well, you're just on the cusp of Sag and Capricorn. You're a 2, which is it's the 2 energy, but there's an added sense of authority to it. So it'd be like a 2 would be like a feminine energy, and then 20 would be like a motherly energy, or like a queen energy, or like a matriarchal type of energy there. There's a power to it, a mastery of it, but it's at the end of the day, it's like this. They say the 20 is the secret 11, but it's not the 11. It just means that you experience the world in a more complex way than most. Energy that comes to some people comes in simply and kind of just right there, and it's whatever, but you see all the other shit around it. Very empathic. To cope with that lots of energy, you might become pretty narcissistic and prideful because you found the best way to organize that complex energy is to hold on to a sense of pride because you got wisdom from it, especially as a Sag. The Sag is the connection between the heavens and the earth. It's the connection between man and nature. So you feel a natural pull to the forest, but not as if you're a part of it, as if you always are getting invited to explore a new realm of conscious spiritual endeavor. And then you can find a connection to the forest if you root yourself on the ground and you stay on the ground. Whereas Taurus cannot escape the forest. Taurus is always tapped in, but Taurus is not connected to the heavens. You're bouncing between both. Hero's journey of thought constantly. Constant expansion. You have a long face like me, with a forehead that points up because you're constantly expanding. Your thought forms are just always churning in momentum and then growing and then perfecting and then bringing down. Your life path, though, 91 is the goat, 92 is the monkey, 93 is the pig, 94 is the rat. Would that be correct to assume? Because then 2006, 2018. So you're not a rat. You're not a pig either. Let's do it. 2020 was the year of the rat. That would make 2008 the year of the rat, which would make 1996 the year of the rat. I don't know. I think you might be a rooster. I think you might be a rooster, man, because I'm not familiar with the dog and rooster years. I don't know where those fall yet. I know that next year's the goat. So I know from rat to goat. I don't know what comes. I think pig comes before rat. So you're either a dog or a rooster, man. Maybe Demon Hunter's here to tell me. You're the dog. Okay, dog. Dog is You're the basically. Usually dogs spawn with a twin, or they had somebody that looks identical to them. Like they really, especially as a Sag, it was probably a Cancer. You probably had somebody that was a water sign or a Virgo or a Taurus. I would say Cancer, Virgo, or Taurus that you, or another Sag that you came in with. The thing about the dogs is that they're very forgiving and very loyal people. The 20 here with the dog and the Sag, it would towards more that even if you may be tall, you feel short. It's a very low to the ground energy. I would say that you more struggle with the connection to the higher stuff because I see you're always pointed at the ground here. So you would seem very grounded. You might be homeless. You might be laying on the ground. There's something with the ground here. Maybe you have a dog and the dog is on the ground and the dog is more important. I see something smaller that's looking at the ground there. Their consciousness is more towards the ground. So you might have a dog. When I was thinking about dogs have to have things accompanying them, whether it's they live by themselves and they have a lot of relationships, or they come out with a brother that's their twin or a sister that's their twin. They You never really find a dog on their own. Ever, really. You never find a dog on their own. Dogs really have to have people and things around them, like with them, on their adventure as a Sag. Being on the 20th points that you probably have somebody with an 11 birthday that's a Cancer. You probably have an 11 or like one of your main relationships, or you were their first time if you're a girl. You were that guy's first time, and he was born in the 11th. Um, I'm seeing Virgo. I saw Capricorn still, and then okay. Virgo dog 20. Loyalty is really important. Betrayal happened a lot to combat the loyalty. You were betrayed as a child, a lot, to teach you your values, teach you value, and then that started to shine, and that's one of your defining traits. Is the loyalty that you learned from betrayal. You were whisked away. Where were you whisked away to? Something whisked you away. You were whisked away. You were taken from your pack. Were you in DCF? Were you a foster kid? Tree. So you spent a lot of time in self-development. So you've gained a lot of wisdom. You've been able to organize your knowledge correctly. Because 1 is wisdom, 2 is knowledge, 3 is creation. So as a 20, you have a lot of knowledge built up. You've been able to accurately organize your life in a way that helps others. But you feel betrayed. I think that every rejection is divine. I think when they do that to you, I would rather they have done it to me then than if I kept the relationship going, just to find out that's who they were the whole time much later. So all the people that betrayed me and hurt me and stuff, I'm just grateful that I got what I did with them and that it happened when it did so that it didn't go on longer. You know what I'm saying? And you're going to be that loyalty for others who were betrayed. And they're looking for what you were looking for, and you can be that for them to show them that it's possible and they're not alone. You're a mother, I think. And you're going to be there for your daughter and your son. You don't need a husband. You're a strong, independent woman, I guess. Are you still in the chat? Was that spot on? I just see that you need a dog. You need to get a dog. And if you have something, I mean, your favorite colors are blue and green and white. But I'm shaking my head no, but I saw blue and green and white. So you probably have an earth sign in there and a air sign in there in your big three. Or maybe your Venus is in earth sign. 90% of that was spot on. There's a lot of people watching too. I'm seeing the red car again. The red car that followed me around for a while. You might be something about your power might be drawing the attention of people that want to abuse it. Because Sagittarius are very wise. They come in with a lot of energy, and the fact that they're so ambitious and they're know spiritual childhood. They know spiritual childhood very well. They understand spiritual childhood very well. They like to have fun. That churns the energy into something that people feel is very valuable that they want to take for themselves. So you might attract a lot of narcissists. You probably have a lot of I think that the 20 made it so you didn't have the strict abuse as a child where you were restrained, but most Sagittarius have very bad restraint trauma. Whether it's they lose their mind and they trap themselves in the room because their mind goes in so many directions, or that they are an adventurer archetype more than a thinker, and they get literally physically restrained all the time, just constant pushbacks that try to scare you into being righteous and brave. So that when you try to think now, it doesn't even work. But with the two energy, I think to feel, afraid to think. Wasn't the guy Luigi Mangione killed's name Brian? I don't think he'll be found guilty. Something will happen, like Zoran Mamdani becomes president and then he pardons Luigi. He might go to jail for 10 years and then a president will pardon him. That was like, younger when that happened and understood the Luigi stuff back in the day. And then understood that it was bound to happen and just pardons him the way Trump pardoned the January Sixers. So, well, I did say I was here for a Scorpio. I said originally when I said I'm supposed to do a reading for somebody, it was a Scorpio, and then you popped in right when I was like, I wonder if there's somebody next I can do. And November 14th, 1996, you're a Scorpio, but you're a 5-day, which deals with sexual energy and change. So people consider you physically attractive because your life is transmuting sexual energy and change and travel. So you had a terrible childhood that forced you to learn how to change, and that you were forced to learn how to. Okay, so you were put in a place where you had to get up and move a lot, and you were also put in a place where you couldn't move at all, and you had to learn how to stay in that terrible, terrible feeling of nothing and emptiness and lifelessness, and you had to learn how to create from it. And now you live in that constant change of creation. Let's go back to 1996, though. I think you're a rat. Push his sunglasses up. I think you're a rat here. No problem, Element. If you have a question, the rat is chaos, so it means you have a lot more energy. But let's double check. 1996, 2008, 2020. You are a rat. Rat is the first element of the zodiac. It's constant chaos. It's chaotic all the time. So, I would assume that you're dealing with a chaotic life that you're always trying to harmonize into something that's manageable so that you can move around inside it. And most of your life happens, like the best parts of your life are when you're traveling or when you're in the car and going somewhere, when you're on the bus listening to music and traveling. You need to understand that your life will be chaotic for the rest of your life, and you're here as a chaotic essence. And it's more about the enjoyment of the journey than anything else. You will be led to lock yourself in a box. COVID was one of your best years. mainly because you walked around probably and there was nobody around and you felt like you could walk around. I don't see you as cooping yourself up in the box. I think that you liked it more than most people, but you actually went out and enjoyed it. But if you're thinking about taking a cruise, you should take a cruise. Your favorite color is orange, I think. Some big strong orange just came in. And the word velvet, or like you're like orange velvet. Floral pattern, like an old floral pattern. And then green, something with green. What's your profile picture's a parrot? You're totally right in every way. What's your name? What's your first name? Caleb with a K. So there's added 11 to it. Caleb is like my. I was gonna talk about my Scorpio friend Caleb Hayes. That was what I was thinking of when I was talking about this. And then I was roommates with a guy named Caleb and a guy named Andrew Andrewson. And the three of us were roommates in an institution once. And Caleb's dad used to tackle him to the ground drunk and would just lay on him laughing. And Caleb felt really sexually abused by like what his dad would do. And that was because he was more of an adventurer type of Scorpio. And he was literally pressed to the ground and he physically couldn't move his dad off him. I don't know what that means. Caleb Andrew, I think it just means like a hammer of masculinity. So I would assume you were raised to feel like you didn't deserve to feel confident and masculine. Because at the end of the day, you're all about sexual energy. It's not a bad life. Remain optimistic and never forget where you came from so that you can be grateful for the experiences to come. And I also see that you should go on a cruise ship across it's like there's these cruises that go like across Europe and they only cost $6,000 and you go with a bunch of 18 to 26 year olds or like 18 to 30 year olds and you just travel and you drink and you jump off the boat and you go swimming and then you all get in groups and walk around different countries together. I think that would really open you up to your purpose in life, and then you would bring that back with you and bring that adventurous spirit with you. I don't nut in my sock. I end up probably just like wiping the nut on a blanket and then I just watch it. Worst case. Can you tell us about your institution days? Any crazy shit happen? Yeah. Um, when I was 14, I had dropped out of school and I was working as the head dishwasher at a ski resort because the head dishwasher didn't do shit. So I was pretty much the only person. And we had like 1,000 tables, which means like 5,000 people a night. And it was a 200-degree dish pit. And I was by myself most of the time, busting that shit out and begging people to put the plates away. And nobody would put the plates away. And I had to like get that shit done. I did like a quarter tab of acid. And I just did it. I did it. I did the job completely fine, but at the end, I went out to see Cheap Trick was playing the band, and then there was a guy named George that I've met periodically through my life that was a security that night, and he saw that there was something weird with me because I was just standing there watching, and everybody else was over there, and I was just standing by myself, just staring at them. So he walked over to me to be like, "Is this guy okay?" And then Cheap Trick kept trying to throw me. They're like probably 80, right? They're old. They kept throwing the pick at me, and it would go here, and I try to catch it over here. And then the rich people just push me out of the way and grab the pick and be like, haha, and then even look at the band like, haha. So they tried to throw another one and then I'd miss. So I never got a pick that night, but then I go down and I fall head first into the grease trap mop bucket. So then I have to bring it all down and dump it down the elevator out the loading dock. And then I turn around and Cheap Trick are right behind me and we pass each other and we realize all of us together that we're all on acid. And then I hear a crash, and then I look into my manager. Tom is running in circles, screaming in like this supply room with all the bowls for the prep, like salad bowls and shit, prep bowls. So he's like throwing shit, slamming shit, and I was like, "Hey man, are you okay?" And he goes, "I was like, I'm done for the night. I'm leaving." And then I leave. I take the shuttle back down because we lived at the bottom of the ski resort's here. It's a big hill, and then we're still on the mountain, but on the other side of the road is a dirt road called Hummingbird Way, and we lived at the end of the road up a little tiny hill overlooking all the like 6 houses on the straight line, and then the resort was there. And before that was bought up, we had that whole resort to ourselves. And when I get back, my dad had unscrewed the door hinges, and my dad was somebody that randomly he would bottle things up and blow up. So I would, I just was trying to rest and work out and get better. I just wanted to lock myself in the room and play Minecraft and watch the Syndicate Project, the Minecraft Project, live streams, and just sit by myself, play guitar, do push-ups. But I think I was on an antidepressant I shouldn't have been on, because it would just the hurt of nobody cares that I dropped out. Nobody was really my friend, and I'm alone. I'd be like, what's wrong with me? Why don't people like me? Is it because I'm not buff enough? So I just bang out 600 push-ups, and then I think I kicked a wall and put a tiny dent in the wall, and then I slammed my fist down on the heater and put a little dent. And my dad got really upset about that, so he put a plant over the heater to not get the guy we were kind of living with, who was a boat captain on the yacht for the DuPont family. He didn't want that guy mad. We could have just taken a rubber mallet and just banged it out. It looked fine, but it was enough to make him freak out. So he said, "You're gonna have a relationship with me," and I said, "Hey, can I just please put the door on the hinges tonight and go to bed? I have to go to work tomorrow. I work 12 hours tonight. I want to work 12 hours tomorrow. I just don't feel comfortable with the door off the hinges." He was like, "If you're not gonna love me, get the fuck out of my house." So he grabbed me by the leg and was swinging me around, trying to drag me out of the house, going, "Get the fuck out of my house! Get the fuck out of my house! Get the fuck out of my house!" And I'm kicking away and running to the couch. And then he comes back and grabs me by the leg again and whips me around and tries to drag me out and throw me out probably -20 on that mountain in early March. It was like March 16th, actually. It was mid-March. And then he runs at me with a hammer. He's about to crush my head with a hammer, and he freezes like this. And then he can't move. And then he runs into like sprints into my, and he was a 280 pound, 5'9", runs in, big Irish dude with a bushy beard, runs into my room, and I can see spiritually he's gonna break everything. So I run in there and I just pick him up and then I drop him. I like deadlift him and drop him, and he breaks his hip on my bed frame and smashes my guitar. I'm in socks, PJs, and a Walmart V-neck, and I grab my TV and my Xbox and I leave, and I just start walking. And I get about a mile, and then my dad he's playing chicken with me, trying to slip on the ice and kill me. He's like driving, speeding up, slamming on the brakes right next to me, like, and then taking off. I get to the next house a mile down the road. My fingers are purple and I can't move them. I drop my Xbox and TV outside the door, and I knock, and it's a guy with cancer with the stuff hooked up to him, and he can't speak. I like, "Hey, I had a fight with my dad, and I'm trying to call my mom. Can I use your phone?" And then he just lets me in, and he can't speak though, so I'm in, and he's just kind of smiling, staring at me, the old man, and I can't fix the landline because my fingers don't work, so I'm like putting them by the heater, trying to fix it, trying to figure out how to fix his landline because his landline doesn't work. I go upstairs to try to. There was a classmate that was a year older than me, Dawson, who was there at that time. For some reason, he was living there, um, because it said Dawson's room, and I saw like a piece of paper that had his last name, so I was like, "Oh, I didn't know he was here." Um, I'm trying to fix it. He didn't answer. He just ignored me. And then I like am working on the landline, and then my dad bursts in screaming, and then we just get back in the car. He drives me back to the house, and I have to try to get the cops to understand where we are. By the time I'm done explaining, you have to go from you're here, so you have to go all the way downtown, take a right at the intersection, go up all the way to Colebrook, take a left on Colebrook, go all the way up until you get to Hummingbird Way, which is like 8 miles up, and then we're at the end there. And by the time I'm done explaining it, they were already there because he had called my mom screaming he was dying. And then the next day, my mom gave me to the government. So the DCF workers showed up, and they put me in a room in the DCF office, and I was there for 12 hours just watching Christmas movies and waiting for them to find me a place. And then eventually they brought me to Ludlow, Vermont, to a place called Mountainside. And the staff's names were all ancient Irish names of high kings, and I read Game of Thrones all the way through, all 5 books. I had a big crush on a girl named Erin, Erin, and then a guy named Aaron and a guy named Dan were the staff members, and we would just do stand-up comedy at night, and then I would play piano for the kids that wanted to rap, and it was just we would all cry ourselves to sleep every night. And then eventually, there was a kid named Noah, and Noah had really bad ADHD, and everyone else was like 14 to 17, and I was 14. He was 11, and he would just jerk off all night. Then he would go manic, and he would jump off the fucking top bunk, and then he would run around going, hey, wake up, Casey, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Can you see me? Doing a bunch, doing shit, trying to do shit. I'm just going crazy. And he kept me up for like 3 days straight, and eventually I just picked him up, and I chucked him at the wall, and then he was staring at me like, what the fuck? And then I fucking broke his glasses in half. So they said because I broke his glasses, I had to go. So they moved me to the Brattleboro retreat, which it was like the room was about a quarter the size of this camper room, and they only fed me bread and lettuce. And we were there pretty much in that room for 8 hours a day, and then maybe 4 hours a day we would be able to go around. And like sometimes they'd bring us to one group, or sometimes we got to watch 15 minutes of TV, or sometimes we were able to go outside for a little bit, but mainly we just sat in the room all day by ourselves. And if we talked or made a noise, we wouldn't be able to see our families, or we wouldn't be able to leave the room if we didn't sit there quietly. But eventually I started I would like date the girls, ask them out, pass notes. Eventually I dug a hole to the girl next door's room, and we would pass underwear back and forth and dirty notes, and we would sext on PictoChat on our DSs when we'd get our DSs for 20 minutes a day. But then one of the kids that didn't get it, like it's always the kid that isn't getting any that ruins it for everybody else. So we kicked him out of the fuck group. So he's like, they're they're saying they're gonna blow each other when they get out. So then they took away our DSs. But I would listen to eventually I got a radio, but I couldn't get the radio signals, but I could play CDs. So I would listen to Pump Up the Jam, Pump It Up while your feet are stomping, and the jam is pumping, just over and over, because it was a CD that the only track on the CD was that one. And I would listen to like Mitch Hedberg, I'd listen to Eugene Merman, just random ass CDs that we had, but mainly I listened to just Ed Sheeran's Plus, because that's the only CD I had. And then eventually Multiply came out that year, so I was able to get Multiply, and I had Plus, so I would just listen to Ed Sheeran's Plus and Multiply every night. And sometimes I would be able to get the guitar, so I would play the guitar in there and play piano, and just sneak kisses, and then they'd catch us, and then we'd be locked in a room for 2 weeks straight, and we weren't allowed to speak, and they would feed us bread and lettuce. But then, then school started, so we were allowed to go to school for 3 hours a day, where we'd have a science, a math, and a social studies class. I lived in Brattleboro, Vermont. The social studies teacher was a conspiracy theorist. She was dope as fuck. I love Maggie. She was my favorite teacher of all time. She played us 1984. We would listen to Welcome to Night Vale, and she taught us about the Gulf of Tonkin, which is that she told us like, yeah, they staged an attack on Vietnam and pretended like it was a Vietnamese ship so that we could go to war with them. That was my social studies teacher. And she would let me talk to the girls, so the girls would come in, and I would sneak out and go talk to the girls, and we would make out in the room, and she would just turn her head, because she understood that we're being tortured in here, so that was really cool. I also there was a staff at Mountainside named Ziller. She would call her name was Sharon, but she would go by, I'm Godzilla. And she would talk with she would play a character for us. And she was one of the best people I've met in my entire life. Eventually, Sharon wrote just on some blog somewhere about her dealing with compassion in her field of work with all these tortured kids. And the Princess of England read it, and now Sharon is touring Africa with the Princess of England sometimes. Swear to God. And I was invited, but didn't feel like I was ready to go, and I didn't have a passport, and there was a time limit. Maybe in the future I could meet up with them and do something. Um, but then oh, what happened one night? I finally started eating apples. It was like the fall season where apples were ripe, so people were donating us a lot of apples. We mainly all our food was donations. All of our food was donations. So like sometimes we'd get donuts, but mainly it was bread, and then sometimes no, it was just mainly bread. It's mainly bread and lettuce. It was bread. And occasionally we'd have peanut butter. We mainly just ate bread. Now that I think about it, there was where your family could bring you snacks, and you'd have a cupboard of junk food, but you had to make enough points to get the junk food. Spoke or did anything that they didn't like, they would dock a point, and it's really easy to get on okay level. So we never really got to eat our snack, but I would be able to go on visits with my family sometimes, and then I would have Cumby's Pizza, and I'd watch Game Grumps and have visits, which was really nice. But it was jail. It was worse than jail, and I got punished just for what? Like I spent more time in jail. Like it was a jail. It was worse than jail. But we had girls, so it wasn't that bad. Um, we had girls and we could go outside sometimes. One time, but that was just 244. There was also 256, which is LGBT, and they were just chilling. And then there was 232, which was like a lenient lax house, but they didn't have enough room for me at 232, so I had to be in the strict house with the bad staff members, the bullies, Nazi Nikki. One time, because of what was happening, my mom one time came for a visit, and she went, "What's up, Nazi? I mean Nikki." And then all the kids laughed, and then she was no longer allowed to come in. It was just pretty funny. Then but my mom just didn't show up a lot. Where I'd be waiting in the room for her visit, and because of HIPAA, like insurance policies, they have to make the windows not visible so that people can't look in and see you in there. But there was a tiny crack, so I would stare through the crack and wait for my mom over there. She would pull in to go see us and take me to hang out with my aunt and my cousins. And she lived a mile away, and pretty often she just never showed up, and she would just say she didn't feel like it that day, which sucked. And then I would stand up in the courtroom and try to convince the judge, Judge Hayes, I could go back with my mom, and that I know she has mental illness, but I don't need a parent. I can parent myself, and I want a childhood, please, and just I can go to school, but they wouldn't. So I just kept cold calling Random 802 numbers, saying, "Can you please get my DCF worker and my um, YDP worker to get back to me so that we can keep trying to find a foster home?" And then eventually I called enough people, and the school asked a coach of the tennis team if he would take me in. So he took me in, and then we got my foster brother out, which is pretty cool. Um, Eventually, I did make. Oh, the point was I moved from 244 to 232 because I was eating a lot of apples because we got a donation from apples, and I didn't know that I had never really eaten apples before. Like I never in my life I'd never really eaten apples. I mainly ate Elio's pizza. Like just when I lived with my mom and dad, we had pizza, frozen pizza. That's what I liked. We mainly just ate frozen pizza, and but I liked apples when they were ripe. So I was eating a shit ton of apples. But the staff don't let you if you have to go to the bathroom and it's quiet time, which is half the day, and you have to go to the bathroom. Even though they can hear you, they choose not to come up and let you go to the bathroom. So you're kind of fucked. So I suddenly have to shit really bad, and I'm spamming the door, please, please, please. And she's going, "You should have said that too. You should have said you need to go to the bathroom 2 hours ago when I asked you." I was like, "I'm sorry, I have to go now, please." And then they just never came back. So eventually, it was by myself in the room. I didn't have a roommate at that time. And I remember I had my elbows on the bed, on the bunk bed, on the bottom bunk, and I'm clenching my asshole, trying not to shit myself. And then eventually I just shit myself. I like lowered my sweatpants so that it would just pile up below me, and then I slowly took my pajamas off, and I was like, fuck. So I buried it under the my laundry pile, but I didn't know that my room had the ventilation. So the vents were coming from my room and then they were going out into the hallway into everybody else's room. My room had the vents. So everybody, there's like one person, two person, three, four, five, six kids that are going, oh, fuck. Oh my God. And then eventually he gets downstairs and Kelsey, who's like this really bubbly black woman, goes, what the? Oh, no. And I'm panicking that they're gonna I'm never gonna see my family again. They're gonna lock me in that room forever. I tried to like wipe with a sock and bury it. And usually we were supposed to be able to go out for 15 minutes, but they don't for some reason. And there's a lot more noise and a lot more staff are down there than usual. So I don't know what's happening, but then eventually I hear that there's gonna be a lot more kids coming because a kid named Brian, coincidentally, when I was shitting myself, was just fucking around in his room and pulled the sprinkler off, and then it flooded the entire 232. So they had like 8 kids they don't know what to do with, and they can't be in that place, and they can't be anywhere else, and there's nowhere for them to go. So they're gonna try to move them into here and move them up into like a carriage house for like a fraternal organization, kind of like this, where they have just like extra rooms up there. And so they bring a bunch of kids in, and they're like, "Sorry about the smell. We don't know what happened." And the most autistic person I mean, I did have a guy named Guy Gustopoulos, who his drug of choice was Lyrica. You know, like Lyrica. It's like fucking mybrofyalgia meds he was like overdosing on, and he would bump Taylor Swift "Bad Blood," and then he was always frothing out the mouth, and he would just do this for hours every day. His whole day was him doing this. Baby, now we got bad blood. You know, it used to be mad love. You made a really deep cut. Now we got bad blood. Baby, now we got. And he would just play it on repeat and do that the whole time. He was one of my roommates. But this guy was at that level of autism, but he was a functioning autistic, where he had spiritual superpowers. So he was my roommate. And he came in, and he had like hair that was spiked up, dyed blonde, and eyes like this, really, really skinny. And he looks at me. Did you shit in your pajamas and put it at the bottom of your laundry? And I went, no. I don't know. No, I don't know what you're talking about. I've been trying to figure out where the smell is coming from. I think it's the vents. And he's like, and he crawls up on the top bunk and goes to bed. Everybody's freaking out because it smells disgusting. It just smells, and the smell is everywhere. There's 8 new kids now trying to be stuffed into these rooms. Eventually, they bring us all down for dinner, and I was on a really heavy medication I shouldn't have been on. So my perception of like reality was wonked because of the medication. So even though the door is closed, but they're like equivalent of where the bathroom is to this camper, just right there. But because the door was closed, my mind was convinced that they couldn't hear me. So I just sit Nazi Nicky down on the steps, and I go, "Hey, you know that smell?" And I said it wasn't me. I blamed it on a rat, and then I mopped all of my room to try to get the smell away, thinking it was as much as like, yeah. I was like, "Well, I shit myself really badly," and she goes, "Really?" I was like, "Yeah. Can you please ask the janitor to take my and wash my clothes?" Sure. And then she went. When they brought us back up, I heard her telling everybody downstairs, and Kelsey cracked up, falling on the floor laughing. And then the janitor came, and I think they expected like a little bit of poop. The way the janitor looked at me when he brought back my laundry, he never looked at me again after this one look where he just was so disappointed. Like, because I didn't tell them that what he would find was like a dozen apples, and also a loaf of bread clumped into a disgusting mess and covering an entire pair of sweatpants. He was expecting like a little bit of poop. And the way that I had buried it and put it in a pillowcase, like I shit enough to fill up my pants, and then I shit again enough to fill up half of my pillowcase. That's how bad it was. So I know that he was just throwing the stuff in, and then all of a sudden he lifted up the wrong way, and it fucking dumped diarrhea all over the fucking laundry room up in the main building where the movie Sucker Punch takes place in the Brattleboro Retreat. But then they moved because the other kids were too violent or too mentally ill. They couldn't be trusted in Carriage House, which was not locked, and it dealt with you know, they finally had to admit that they were torturing me for no reason. They were really strict on me, like really strict. They would abuse me pretty badly in there. The staff would just have fun making my life hell. And I would beg for responsible so that I didn't have to go into quiet time, and then I could watch movies. I would only be able to watch like 15 minutes of Star Wars The Force Awakens and Guardians of the Galaxy were the only movies that we had. So I would just watch 15 minutes every few days. I wanted to be able to go out to watch the full movie in one sitting and play the guitar, but no kid ever gets responsible level. They just dangle it in front of your face and never give it to you. They'll purposefully dock points from you so that you have to be stuck in your room. Because if you make responsible and they deem you responsible, you can sit on the couch during shift change. And they didn't like that. So anytime I got close to ever making responsible, I'd work. It takes 30 days to be eligible for the application to be responsible level. So every 30 days, I would wait for a month straight of just not talking and fighting through to not trip any of the staff's emotions and never do anything that would make them dock points for me. And they would still dock points for me for no reason, just so they didn't have to sit with me. And then but because thank God for Brian pulling the sprinkler off, I was moved to Carriage House. And I was me and this girl named Kat, coincidentally, Kat, Casey, and Brian. Whoa, shocker. Kat, she had a fat ass, man. She was from Connecticut. She was blonde and really attractive. And we would make out when the staff weren't looking. And when she would walk up the stairs behind me, I would slap her ass, and she would turn around and be like, "You're bad in the best way." And then Jerry was just looking at me like, and I'm like, "Don't say anything, Jerry. Come on, don't do it. Let me have this, Jerry." And she would do like when we'd go to group, she would just randomly start doing splits and shit in front of me so that I could see. That was really cool. But I moved to Carriage House, and then eventually they moved me to 232 to the Lenient House. And in 232, they're cooking gourmet meals. Jan cooks his famous spaghetti with like tons of different. He had like spaghetti squash in the spaghetti, tons of different vegetables, and his own custom sauce. And he would make it every Tuesday. Where they were feeding us bread in the other place, which is like the next door down, the next house down. We were locked in, and in this house we were allowed to play video games sometimes, and I made responsible level pretty much instantly after my first 30 days. They didn't torture me at all. They were really nice. Heather, there was a staff member named Heather that was the kindest person I'd ever met, and my roommate was Caleb, and we learned martial arts together. Travis taught us Jeet Kune Do. We learned martial arts. I got to play all of Twilight Princess once I hit responsible level. And then eventually they started taking us to the library, and I would watch Evolution Daily, How to Pick Up Girls, and RSD, Owen Cook, and Elliot Hulse. And then Elliot Hulse's nephew became my roommate in college. But I would watch them on how to talk to girls and shit, and how to game and do pickup artistry, and then I just worked out a lot, and then eventually I got a foster home and got out. But I was helping. We did this pitch, me and the math teacher Eric, who had really long curly hair, and he always wore flannels. He was pretty cool. Eric and I would work together to. We pitched solar roadways. They had this thing called back in the day in like 2015. It was called Solar Freaking Roadways. and they were doing a Kickstarter for it where they had roads that you just take the asphalt out and then you just wire it up, and then it can hold like dump truck size, excavator size, like really heavy stuff, and it doesn't crack or anything. And when the snow hits it, it automatically takes some of the solar power from the sun to melt the snow, and it goes into the drainage and then goes out. And it's relatively cheap to do, and the retreat definitely had enough money for it. We were trying to pitch to the retreat to do the solar roadways and set an example and make an impact, and I was kind of the forefront to that. I helped them, I gave him the ideas, and then Eric would go home to his computer and would draw up the advertisements and the pitch, and we did it all together to do, and then we did like a fundraising dinner for it and everything, and then finally I think it just closed. The program closed because they were torturing kids. And there was a lot of blood that they were taking from me and from other kids that we didn't need to have that much blood taken from us, and we don't know where the blood went, but eventually they got closed down because of it. But I was already in a foster home when that happened. My foster father was an autistic man. He was the tennis coach. I was really bad at tennis, so they said those who can't do teach, so they called me co-coach Casey because I never got to play any games because I wasn't good enough. And I would stay by the people playing, and I would tell them about like where um the opponent, where he falters, like what's his worst side and where does he hang up. So like if I know that he has like a delay before he charges, if you put the ball in the inner rings here, like just over the net, this person struggles to get there. Or if you put it, he has like a bad left swing. So I would just, nobody asked me to do that, but I would just sit there and tell them, like, yeah, that guy's fucking up there, and you're doing really good on this side. So eventually they let me wear a coach uniform, and they called me Co-Coach Casey. So that's why I have that song, I bounce back like I'm made of elastic. I still spaz when I hear the whip crack. I guess I'm just another smack addict, and I built my own pallet out of pallets in the Palisades. Y'all can catch a fade any day. I don't fuck with none of y'all, because y'all is gay. I put my family back in place when they wasn't seeing straight. They got stuck under the rain. I learned how to fly a motherfucking plane. All they do is just complain, you complacent. I loaded up my bases when they locked me in the basement. Freed all of these slaves. Now I got them building spaceships. I pray I never see the day I gotta use the stainless, but I'll do anything so my family can make it. I don't give a fuck about the fame or the critical acclaim. I just do it because I'm everything that everybody ain't, motherfucker. I'm Casey. On my way to greatness. I can smell the hate, but I know that they won't say shit. They can't see me coming, they need LASIK. I don't fuck with none of y'all bum bitches because all of y'all are basic. Bumbaclaw, you look a little... That's not the right song. I can't remember. It was just Co-Coach Casey. I throwed up Conquer it, Co-Coach Casey, but I never took a lesson in tennis. I don't remember where that fits into that song, but it is part of it. I think it's before, actually. I throw it up, conquer it, Co-Coach Casey, but I never took a lesson in tennis. So what else happened in the institutions in DCF? Because my parents weren't deemed fit to be parents and gave me up to the government because they didn't want to be parents anymore, and my dad tried to kill me. There was a lot of attractive, crazy ladies from Connecticut that were put up here because they were just a little bit too sad for their rich parents, and they loved me. So I was dating a lot of girls, and by dating girls, I mean we would stare at each other during group and just make full eye contact. And that was it. But there was one girl, the girl that I dug into the other room, and then we would trade underwear. And then I got caught by the staff members, and then I blamed it on her and said she took advantage of me. And I'm not because I'm on medication. So they didn't give me a care plan, and they gave her. They got her in a lot of trouble because I said, I don't know. She dug into my room. I made her seem crazy because I was not a good person, and I wanted to see my family, so I blamed it on her. And they believed me. And so that's not a great thing, but who cares? She's a cop now, and she rides around on a motorcycle. and she was a pilot in the Air Force. Um, what else happened? Oh yeah, with her though, at some point the torture was too much. Like the abuse that they put me through broke me, and I stopped giving a fuck. I lost hope that I'd ever get responsible level, so I didn't give a fuck about the care plan. You can't. What are you gonna do? Take away my bread? Are you gonna take away my shower? I'm essentially like solitary confinement all day. So when we went to group, I would just, we would both, me and this girl would sit, and she was thick as hell, really good looking, crazy, cut herself, but really good looking. And it'd be us, and the staff would be talking, and all the kids could see us, but the staff was kind of busy trying to lead group and couldn't pay attention to all 30 kids. And the para was sitting on this side, so like the other staff to help out the staff was there under the table in front of everybody, over the pants, both of us. She's on mine and I'm on hers, just in front of all the kids. And I'm also a kid, by the way. Like we were the younger ones. By the way, they were older than us, so it was kind of reverse. Gross, still gross, but I didn't give a fuck. Like if we're in the van, and she would reach her hand back for my first ever hand job, and then Andrew was sitting next to us, and he was gay, and he poked my erection, and I looked over and like, don't fucking do that, and don't say shit. And then somebody was like, "What's going on back there?" And I'm like, "Nothing." So that was pretty fun. Eventually, my foster dad quit. I got to go to junior prom though. My coworker Danielle, I went to prom with, and she was talking to some kid named Charles, and my foster dad's name was Charles. And I went to prom with her, and she was talking to Charles the whole time. So I was like, "Are you really gonna just sit here talking to him the whole time?" And she was like, "I was like, you got to make a choice. Like, do you want me or do you want him?" And she didn't make a decision. So I was like, "Okay." So then I got up, and then I walked up to a group of girls, and I put my hand on the small of their back, and they giggled, and then we all took pictures together. So that was cool. That she was really mad, and she went home early, and I made out with like 3 girls that night. But before that, I was dating the hottest girl in town. Swear to God, everybody wanted her. And it was just I was buff, and I was a virgin, and I was really funny, and I didn't have the brain damage from the car accident or whatever you'd call it. So I would just make jokes a lot, and everybody in town thought I was really cute, and I wore this. It was a native hat, but it had Irish white and black print on it, like not a fedora, more like a ska hat or like a bowler hat. It was a native hat, and I would wear dress shirts of different colors that I would match with my knockoff like Adidas high tops and Pumas. Like I would wear a purple button up with like it's like more like a denim, and then I'd wear purple and black Pumas, and I would wear like a blue shirt, a bright blue dress shirt with bright blue Adidas, and I just wear regular jeans. And I would just work at the Price Chopper, making jokes all day with people. And she would come in with her ass hanging out. She was 4 years older than me, so it was kind of predatory because she had already graduated and I was starting my sophomore year. But I guess seniors and freshmen happened. So, she would red hair, thick as hell, really pretty. She would play with her hair. She watches my stuff. Then she did meth and had a bunch of kids. But that's all she wanted really was kids. So, I guess she's happy. I think she's a gamer now. She likes to game. Um, but yeah, I lost my virginity to her 1 week. 1 week in, she kept coming to my aisle to buy a pack of gum, and she would go talk to Carl, who was some incel dork that looks like a weasel that she was hooking up with sometimes. And then I was just like, "Hey, I go on break in 15 minutes. What are you doing?" And nothing. And I was like, "Walk with me. Wait for me." So then we walked around the Price Chopper, holding hands. And then eventually I asked her out, got her number, because I learned that from infield pickup videos. And then I took her to my favorite spot, and we made out. And I bought a cake for us, and then we shoved the cake onto each other, haha. And then we made out in the car. And then the week later, I ended up living with her. And then it became really codependent, and she got really insecure about me going to school, and she said if I talked to any girl at all, she would cheat on me, and I had abandonment issues from being taken from my family, and I didn't want to lose her because love is like a drug, and I was really in love with her for no reason, really. Um, and I was also on antidepressants that made it so I could last as long as I wanted to in bed, but I don't think I got as much from sex as I could have, which kind of sucked. Like I was just cut off emotionally. Eventually, I broke up with her after like she cheated on me twice with her ex, and she would come back and say he shoved his finger in my butt and I didn't wash it, and then I held your hand, or he came in my mouth and I made out with you, haha. It's because you had a group with Rachel, and your my friend Allison told me you were in the group with Rachel, and I was like it was science class. We were paired together. She would make me call her on the phone every 15 minutes to make sure I wasn't talking to other girls. It was a bad relationship, and she would like not take me home, and I had like a curfew, and I would be like if my foster dad kicked me out, I would go back into the being locked in a room, being fed bread, only bread. So I had to go home, but sometimes she wouldn't let me, or something would happen. I remember that I just couldn't. Maybe it was that I didn't want to go home, and she made it like if you go home, it's over drama. So I was like, fuck, I don't know what to do. I don't want to lose her, but I also don't. I need to go home. And I would just kind of bottle it up and freak out. One time I took a Pure Leaf bottle and I whipped it and it hit the rafter of her room and then came back and hit me square in the face. And I was like, oh, I think I've been too far down this crazy shit. I'm done. I'm done. So I ate the mac and cheese she cooked, and then eventually we broke up. And then I dated another girl, and then I got her a teddy bear, and she really liked me. Um, and then I was like, she didn't want to have sex, and I really wanted to have sex, so I just broke up with her and got back with my ex to have sex. And then I hooked up with the town fleshlight a couple times, and then she slept. I developed feelings for the town fleshlight, and then she slept with my friend while I was at work, and then I came home and because at that point I was couch surfing basically at my friend's house, and I would just bring girls to his house, and we slept on a twin mattress together, and then my friend Jordan would sleep on the floor, and me and Dakota would sleep on the twin mattress, and we just play video games and eat Domino's pizza and shit. I would just bring the girls over, and if Dakota was laying down, I would just lay her on top of Dakota and have sex with her. I brought a lot of girls to Dakota's house, and one of them was someone I knew in programs, and I actually really like her. She's really cool. She's very attractive as well, but she wanted to hold my hand in public, and I was scared about what people would think. So she was very sad that I wouldn't hold her hand in public after we just had sex. So I felt really bad about that. And then later we hooked up again when I was a senior, and that's when I was on like antidepressant I shouldn't have been on, and I was just really struggling to like I was running from trauma. I was running from the feeling of emptiness, and I was hooking up with a lot of different girls, and she had really strict parents, and I was scared. And something I just like made a really impulsive decision where she wanted to take me out to the waterfall so that we could hang out and go on a date and stuff. And I accidentally locked us out of the car, so I just smashed the car window. And I don't know why, but I immediately tried to initiate sex on the broken glass. And obviously she was like no, and I was confused about it being no. And that was a real big wake up call for me that I might be a sex addict and that I might have a problem here. So I changed my tune pretty quick, and I never had a bad experience like that again. But I've always regretted it, and I hope it wasn't traumatizing for her. It wasn't like I took her and threw her onto the glass. It was like I made out with her, and I had sort of gestured her to lay down in the back seat, and there was just broken glass seat, and it just didn't click because my mind was like, I got to do this and I got to do this and I got to do this. It was like the feeling of being boxed in that room still, and traumatized, and then I have to get out of that room. I have to get out of that room. Eventually, it grew into I have to go to work. I have to wake up at 5 a.m. I have to work out. I have to go on a run. I have to work my first job. I have to go to school. I have to get out of school and work my second job. I have to get home and study, and then I have to work out again, take my protein supplements, and then I have to work on the song I'm working on, and then I have to go to bed, and then when I'm trying to go to bed, just all this imagination going crazy, and then I have to wake up and do it all again over and over again. And then eventually I found that like sex was the only thing that gave me peace. So I became sort of like a sex addict. So it was pretty bad, and I stopped after that. But I cheated on. I was dating another girl that was really good for me. She was a Christian. She rode horses. She had a voice better than any singer I've ever heard. Like Bob Dylan's background singer was our vocal coach, and she had her own. She was very successful as a singer, and we couldn't tell a difference between her voice after 20, 40 years from New Orleans singing soul music and my girlfriend. She was thick, she was beautiful, she rode horses, really talented, hunted, had a decent life, and she could also recite Kung Pao from memory. She was kind of autistic, which was really good. We were really good together. But I think the first girlfriend and the abandonment issues had morphed into, if I invest in her and she hurts me, everything will collapse and I'll go crazy. So I have to hold it all in and just be quiet, or else I'll do something that will make the staff member mad at me, or make my mom freak out, or make my girlfriend cheat. It'll make her not like me if I talk. So at one point, she was laying in my aunt's house in bed, and I didn't realize that we never cuddled because she started crying, and she grabbed my arm to hold her because I never cuddled with her. But in my head, I was like, I liked her the most out of everybody. I was just so scared to like do anything because if she broke up with me. And then I just started cheating on her all the time because girls would just throw themselves at me. They would text Dakota and be like, "Can you please bring Casey?" They saw the video of me eating out of a bed, a hole in the mattress, and everybody wanted to hang out with me. Especially like when we go to the marina at night, we'd all be high, and then the girls would just kind of throw themselves at me. Or my coworker would be like, "My friend saw you on my Instagram, and she really likes you, and then she's really attractive, and she's only going to be here for a week. She's like She's like 6 foot tall. I'm 5'9", really thick, good-looking girl, and she really likes me. So yeah, I hooked up with her at the lake, and then I left to cheat on her with another one of my exes that was an Instagram model, and then my car breaks down in Maine, and well, between then and I did get kicked out of that foster home. He got rid of all of us, and then I went back to the shelter in Mountainside, and I was in the TLP, and I worked at Dunkin' Donuts, and I helped a lot of kids that were crying, and we worked at the community garden together, and they had two dogs that the teachers had, Chili and Maggie. And Chili was a Vizsla that was trained, and Vizslas you can train to do anything. So Chili could open and close doors at will. You could walk around the whole building freely because he could open the doors and go into whatever room he wanted. You could throw a grenade at him and then he'd die and then get back up. You could shoot him with a bow and then he'd die and then get back up. You could hit him with a pistol or pretend to throw something at him and he'd die and get back up. He could dance. He could do flips. Vizslas are really cool to train. And every morning, Chili and Maggie would open the door and come all the way up to the attic where I lived and would come into the room and wake me up to go play with them outside. And that was really cool. And then we go to the community garden, and that's where I met Jessie, who was an Instagram model, really attractive. Um, so I dated her for a while, and then she lived too far away, and she hooked up with her ex, and he said, "I'm with your girl, bro." Haha. And I said, "You can have her." And then I hooked up with like two other girls to cope with the pain that day. Like I just messaged, took out, and then fucked two girls that day to feel better. Then, so I was cheating on the horseback rider singer that was really good for me with my other ex that had cheated on me already just because she was bad as hell, and she invited me to this nice campground that I was poor my whole life. I'd never be able to. I still can't afford to go to that type of campground. So I went to the campground with Dakota, and then my head gasket blew. So I decided, my life was going to shit anyway. I'm just cheating on this girl all the time. I don't really like my job. I can't afford college. I'm supposed to go to college. I don't know how I'm going to afford to go to the recording workshop. It's like 6 grand, and I haven't saved any money. So I just told her, the girl that I was with there, "Hey, I'm not gonna come back with you guys. I'm gonna stay here." And I already have a job. I already got a job as a server, and I'm gonna just stay and live in the car and see what happens. And she cried, and then her foster mom was like, "I understand," and then took her home. And then my friend Dakota finally was like, "You're a piece of fucking shit, dude." And I was like, "I know." how can I make it better? And he said, tell this girl about what you do. So I called her and said, hey, I do love you. I have mental issues. It's not you at all, but I cheat on you a lot and I'm trying to stop. So I'm going to stay in Maine. And she went, at least you told me. And then she hung up and the ex again. And then everybody left. Dakota eventually got his grand to take him home. Even though I got him a job as a dishwasher and I was a server and we were going to come up together, he did not want to be a part of the Casey journey, homeless and traveling. So he went home and I stayed. And then that night I parked. I thought, because they wouldn't let me, my first night serving, I got a $200 tip and they called my grandparents because they said they were from Florida. I said, oh, my grandparents live in Jupiter. Like, oh, then we might know them. What's their phone number? And then they called him and told him how good of a server I am. That's the best server they ever had. And how nice I am. And they left me a $200 tip. And then I park my car in the tow lot of a tow company thinking that there's so many cars here, they're not going to know it's me. And I'll just leave in the morning and drive back up there with the blown head gasket. And then I wake up to a bald man peering in and going, ugh. And then he goes back. And then I didn't know a lot about spirituality back then. On my drive up to Maine, when I was by myself, I did have a moment where I was like, what if God is real? And you can hear me, right? Then I said something along the lines of like, any opportunity you give me to help people, I will take it because I feel like that's the most important thing to do in life. And I wrote this ebook about the drive and like the what passion really is and how to motivate yourself in life to keep going. I had written about the drive while I was driving. And then I just had a breakthrough that God is real. So then I was like, the first chance I get to help, I'm going to help. So then immediately I turn a corner going down this main road all the way up from Vermont to Maine, and there's a guy with the lights on. So I pull up next to him, like, "Hey man, are you okay? Do you need any help?" And he was like, "No, but thank you. Nobody else has stopped. I finally got it fixed." And I was like, "No problem, man." And the feeling that I got from that was just so. It was like my whole universe changed. I was just completely living in another realm after that. Everything just changed. And then I got to Maine, and everything happened there, and then but I could start, because of that, I started to really feel what I felt as a kid that I had kind of lost or just chose to ignore about my understanding of empathy and how I can feel everything. I saw that there was a spirit talking to the man, and the man was trying to decide what to do, and I could feel it like a spiritual attachment being made, and I felt like something positive had happened, and then he came and said, "Come, you're gonna live with me, bro." And it turns out the guy is like 60 and he owns a multi-million-dollar company, and he helped me stay at his place and get a gym membership, and he bought me food and paid for my college and paid for my car to be fixed. So then I went to college and got certified as an audio engineer, and eventually it got kind of weird where the guy just got really upset a lot. He was always kind of in a like felt like he was always on the verge of crying, and he would make random rules and then take back the rules. And I wanted to be a kid still, so I would go down to Old Orchard Beach because we lived only a block from the main beach area. We lived right there by the fire station in Old Orchard Beach, Maine. Uh, so I'd go down and be like, I'm just gonna say whatever I want, and I don't care what people think. So I would just go, hey, I like your shoes. Yeah, no, just trying to be positive and just kind of put myself out there. And the feeling, like the social high that you get from doing that, it's bright and it's spiritually like closer to perfection. So I just immediately was just really inspired that I called my first ex that would cheat on me all the time, and I said, I forgive you. And she goes, did you call me just to say you're doing better? And I was like, no, I'm saying I literally forgive you. I forgive you for everything. And then I hung up on her and I just kept walking. And then I dated a girl that rode horses again. She was really bad there. And then I hooked up with a girl that was really bad that I met at a festival. Um, I made some music, and there was a guy that was from Atlanta that knew a lot of people in the music industry that had his own gym that was involved as a tow truck driver for the tow company that the guy owned. And I really wish that I was who I am now back then because the music would be a lot better. I was more skilled than delusionally optimistic. I'm more skilled now than delusionally optimistic then. I'm less delusionally optimistic now. I kind of wish I still had that impenetrable belief about and self-esteem and confidence. Um, but that version of me had never really been in a lot of fights. Like I fought my dad to the death at 14, but other than that, I never really got in any fights. That happened after the car accident. Everything changed after the car accident. I went to college. I My roommate was my hero on YouTube. I used to watch a lot of Elliot Hulse and Strength Camp. His nephew was my roommate in college, so I got to meet one of my heroes. And then we had this thing that I'd never really had. I mean, when I was 13, I got kicked out of my body, taking a nap, and there was a dark entity with red eyes that was attacking me spiritually, and I had to scream back into my body, and I hyperventilated, crying. And then the thing attacked my stepdad, whatever that entity was, and they had to call a psychic to cleanse the place. Other than that, I never really had much spiritual stuff. There's a lot of other girls that I missed, a lot of other stuff that I didn't really get in about. Like I dated a girl. One time I took my dad to breakfast and I wanted to show him how far I'd come. So when the waitress came up, I went, "Hey, are you cool?" And she was like, "Yeah." I was like, and we got to talking, and then my dad was kind of impressed, and then when she gave us I asked for the receipt, and then I folded it up into an origami rose. That when I worked at Dunkin', I would fold origami roses and give the girls the drink for free, with like a smiley face on it. And then so I folded it up into a rose, and I gave it to her. And then she found me on Facebook later, and we started hooking up a couple times. She was when I was 16, and she was 21, I think. Um, she was pretty attractive, but that was back, people that age. She'd be like 31 now. That was before Facebook and Instagram, so they were all artsy, like Panic at the Disco, that type of vibe, especially in Vermont. So she was like a poet. One time I brought all my friends over to her place, and she had a boyfriend named Roman, who was in the army, and he was just kind of an incel. He just played a lot of old, like he had the old Xbox, and he was playing like Modern Warfare 3 when Black Ops 3 had come out and World War 2 had come out. He was still playing, the old stuff. And he was gone. We were all drunk. My friends left, and she was just laying on me. So we hooked up. She was drunk. I was drunk. She threw up on me. And then while we were having sex, she had a panic attack and started crying. And and she's like, "It's not you. It happens sometimes. I'm sorry. It's because I'm drunk." So I was like, "Okay." I went to the bathroom. I washed up. When I got out, her ex had come in. Her boyfriend had come in. Drunk Casey is evil. Drunk Casey was like, "Go in there and tell him what happened." It's just to punish her. Fuck her for cheating. I fucking hate cheaters. So I went and was like, "It was good to see you. Goodbye." And I shook her hand and was like, "What's up, bro?" And then I left. And then obviously karma hit like a truck, and I fucking slipped and hit my head on the sidewalk and passed out. And then I woke up to my friends in the car just standing there laughing at me, and then they took off and left me there on the side of the road. And then crawl back up into their apartment and go to bed. Another time, we got drunk when I was 16, and um, we were hanging out with this 20-year-old that would buy us alcohol, and she really liked me. So I was drunk, and I wanted to go out in the field and be in nature. And then I kind of looked down, and she had unzipped my pants and was sucking my dick. And I was like, I guess. I don't find her attractive, but, whatever. She was doing it, and then her dog fucking ran up and licked it once, and she was like, "Stella, stop!" And I was like, "I'm done." So I got up, the dog just licked my dick. So I got up and walked back in, and she cried and threw it. She got really upset. And then she tried to leave. She said, "I'm leaving, I'm leaving." And Dakota was like, "Come on, stop it!" And then she ran over Dakota's foot, and then I spent the whole night cuddling with my friend, and my friend I'd known for a long time, but at the time she was dating my other friend. So my other friend was just we were all on the same bed. All of us slept on this California king. There would be like, we were all living there. There was like 6 of us at once usually, like 2 people on the floor, 3 people on the bed, and then one person on the couch downstairs usually. And we lived in like the projects area. It was like a Section 8 low income housing where all the people that moved from Albany and Springfield were. And they would see me doing pull-ups and they would be like, "He's cute," through the window. But nobody ever came up and talked to me. They tried to get my friend to put me onto them. But I would do pull-ups on the playground outside every night. I'd do pull-ups upside down, where I'd put my legs in the air, and then I'd do pull-ups upward. And then I'd do push-ups and burpees and run and go on runs. And then I would just use Dakotas to hook up, show abs. This was 11 years ago, bro. This was 11 years ago when I was 15, 16, and 17. I'm 26 now. Um, but yeah, I think I racked up like 30. I slept with 30 women in junior through 19. It was mainly because I liked this one girl that I met before I lost my virginity, and we went on one date, and she just kept getting up and walking away, and just leaving me there. And then I had my dad's voice to be in my head like, "You're responsible for her. You were out on a date together. You got to make sure she's okay." So I would be like, "Hey, we don't have to go out, but can you let me know you're safe? You literally just disappeared." And then I found her at the Works, which is like a coffee shop. So then I sat there with her, and she was just not answering me at all. Like she was just completely silent. I was like, "Did I do something wrong?" It turns out that even though she was like the most attractive person I've ever seen in my life, she's also really intelligent, um, really, and just a gifted writer, and saw the beauty in life the way that I do. Um, I guess she had a bad childhood with trauma, and she was in a dress, and it was a joke that I saw pickup artists make, like RSD Madison when he took out a supermodel that he met on the street in Miami. I saw an infield pickup video of him sitting down and saying that so we're gonna go on a date and we're gonna go to this fancy restaurant and you're gonna wear the best dress that you've ever, you're gonna look magnificent and I'm gonna wear a nice suit and it's gonna be fun because you're supposed to cement the idea about something exciting in the future and that keeps her engaged. So when I met her, when her friend brought her through my aisle because her friend liked me and I liked her, and then they invited me back to her house and the friend wanted to hook up with me, the friend wanted to make out with me, but I liked the other girl who was really quiet. um I said like, "Hey, in a week, let's go out and I'll put on this nice suit and you'll put on this really fancy dress. It'd be really romantic. We'll have a really fun time." So then she didn't answer me at all. She was completely silent. But then she added me, was like, "Hey," and we were on for the date. Like she never said anything at all. That's how kind of messed up she was. That she had already confirmed it in her head, but didn't say anything to me. So we went out, but I didn't. It was, to me, it was a joke. So she showed up she looked amazing, and I was in a pair of shorts, no socks, shoes, and a Minion hoodie with a Minion from Despicable Me. So if you ever notice, I like to sit crisscross and just pull at grass because I grew up completely alone. So my thing is, when I'm comfortable, I just like sitting on the ground like this. So her thing was that she liked to sit alone on the swings. So we just walked holding hands and walked down the road, and we went to this Catholic school that was closed down for the summer, and she was on the swings, and I sat down to play with the wood chips. I didn't realize she thought that I was looking up her skirt, and that never even occurred to me to do. I was still a virgin. I was 15, and I think it was just 2 weeks out of the institution where I was locked in a box for 12 hours a day and only ate bread, and they would abuse us. I was just sitting there just to sit down and just enjoy being around her because we were both quiet. And then I like to tell stories and make jokes, and I used to be a lot better at making jokes and telling stories. But she got up and I turned around and she was gone. And then I found out later she thought I was trying to look up her dress. But I found her at the Works and she didn't say anything at all. And then I was like, just kept telling the stories and trying to make it fun. and she just wouldn't answer, wouldn't even look at me, but she was kind of smiling, so I was like, okay, maybe something's here. Um, but then I saw her the next day walking. I was walking down from work, and she was walking up the hill with another guy. And then the next week I saw her with another guy, and then the next week I saw her with another guy. So my whole life became, how do I become good enough for her to like me? So that's why I didn't really take any of my relationships serious. Because when I would evolve and evolve and get more friends and get more attractive and get better at life, she would wind up back in our circle. And even though she would always have boyfriends or she'd be seeing somebody, she always wanted me more than them. And it was like we were soulmates. Just when we were around each other, it was so much better than anything else. And we knew that. There was a power to us being together. But then she'd go off on a love story with somebody else, and I'd be left by myself again, just like being locked in rooms and being cheated on and being kicked out of places and getting given up by my mom to the government a bunch and having just an absentee narcissist mom that blames you for her emotional reactions. And it developed into a why am I not good enough? Why am I not good enough? Which put me, like, I lived in manic psychosis, just working out, playing guitar, learning game, dating girls, throwing events, bringing all my friends to events, working on social status and reputation, building myself up, getting my style up, just self-improvement all the way up. And then I would be good enough, and then she'd come back, and then after a week she'd leave again. So then I would date two other girls to cope. But then after college, I started talking to her. We would talk on the phone all day, fall asleep on the phone together, just be really excited to hang out. Eventually, we went on a date to Boston, and I said that one day I'll propose to her at the top of the Prudential building. And there was a homeless guy under a bridge, and the aliens and the angels were telling me, that's going to be you one day if you don't get your shit together. You're going to be the homeless guy. And then an owl started, woo, woo, woo. And we looked, and an owl was just standing with us. And I really wanted to kiss her, but I was too afraid to kiss her. And then we just we drove home, and she fell asleep leaning on my shoulder. And then eventually she turned away, and I played John Bellion's album as we went home. And then I went back to college and got my degree or certification as an audio engineer and music producer so I could work in recording studios. Then I went home and she left again. So I couch surfed and hooked up with the other ex that I liked. That was arguably better for me, but I kept cheating on her, which really sucked. I really messed up that relationship, and that was probably God sent. And I was her first time. And I'm going to regret that for the rest of my life. And I knew at the time I was going to regret it for the rest of my life. I hung myself once because I thought that I had messed her up forever the way that, but that was after the car accident when I tried all the suicide attempts. But eventually, just one of the last times I saw the ex that sang and rode horses and was kind of autistic but really attractive as well. Just really good for me. We were sitting in the car, and she played a song called, because I was just going off about, I was smoking weed and going off about how much I love music and getting inside the creator's mind, and this is why he chose to put this sample into this song, and this is why he put it in this key, and this is why the key changed here, because it's a reference to this old track that's a reference to this old track, and this is what he's really trying to hint at. I'm not sure what he means exactly by this yet. So she was like, can I play a song? She's like, sure. And she played a song called I Can't Help Anymore. But I love, and then she played a song called I Love You. And then I don't think I ever saw her again. Or maybe I did, and it's just wonky. I mean, I think I saw her a few times, but eventually she stopped hooking up with me. She found somebody else. I was couch surfing, homeless, working at a pizza place, and eventually I stopped smoking weed, but and I got back on my SSRIs and my levothyroxine, and which is like a thyroid thing, so your hormones are regulated. Which it turns out I don't need, but I did need because they were feeding me bread. Of course, my hormone and my stuff is going to be out of whack. I only ate bread every day. And before that, I only really ate pizza. Of course, it's not going to look healthy on the blood test because I lack a lot of stuff, and they thought it was all this stuff. Turns out it's not. And just the weed they were smoking when I was in the room with them, then I would go to sleep, and there was just so much serotonin from the weed and the SSRIs keeping the weed up here that I couldn't sleep. So I'd be up all night daydreaming about, okay, I'm gonna finally be able to make my music. I'm gonna take this money and save this, put this into the car, fix this. Then I'm gonna, what I do every day now is just I'm gonna do this, and this. I was just focusing so much on what I'm gonna do next, and just living in the future, trying to make songs. Which creativity in itself is mental illness. You have to completely leave reality behind. People are like, you're delusional, whatever. I'm like, no, I'm pursuing creative dreams is mental illness in itself. Any creative person is mentally ill. Creativity is a mental illness because you leave reality behind to make something else. So I would live in that. And I'm wiping my face with this snot sock. Um, um, my car broke down. Because my car broke down, I couldn't bring my friend to work or back from work at midnight. I hadn't slept in days. I got off work at noon, and I wanted to go home and make music on my computer. He wanted me to drive back like another 30 miles and pick him up, and I didn't want to do that, so he locked me out of his house, and then I realized I forgot my medication. I went to work and my car broke down, so I lost my job. I go back to Dakota's house where my friend had called out of work anyway that day. He didn't even go to work. He's bitching at me. I listen to it for like a half hour, and then I snap and I chuck the controller at the TV. I get up and I throw him on the ground and I beat the shit out of him. Then I got up and stormed off downstairs, snapped like my dad does, ran back upstairs and beat the shit out of him again. And then I left, drove to Walmart to go buy my friend the other friend that we were staying at. I went to go buy him a new computer and a controller, and I was crying, and he called and said, "Just never come back. We're done." But I was like, "I got $200. I could just give you $200." Like, you can't get me a bank. It's like a specific type of monitor that has a specific type of frame rate. You can't get me that. Like, I'm sorry, man. So then I learned that my ex had a concert, an a cappella concert. So I go there to watch her, and her family's behind me. They know all the times I cheated on her. They're sitting directly behind me. I didn't realize. I look back, and the dad won't even look at me, and the mom is just like, "Hey," like, "Hi." And then one of the school teachers saw me there, went and got a bunch of food for me, and she knew I was homeless, so she got me a bunch of food, which was really nice, and just hugged me and left. I watched the show. She wouldn't look at me, and then right before she leaves, I just go to say hi, and she's with somebody else who's like 6'2", 6'2". So I just like, "Can I talk to you real quick?" As I'm holding her hand and getting her away from her family to go talk to her, there's another attractive girl that I liked that I just go, "Hey, great job out there," right in front of the ex. And I'm like, "Come on, bro." So I just go like, "Do you love him at least?" And she's like, "No, I barely. I mean, we just started dating. I don't know. Bye." And then she leaves, and then I go, "Fuck!" And I chuck the phone. I storm out the side door. I get in the car. I speed down the road. The light of God shines in my head and goes, "Turn around." I turn around and I'm driving up, and Spirit wanted me to go apologize. Instead, I see the telephone pole, and I just floor it, and I slam directly into the telephone pole, and my head hits the steering wheel, and the airbag doesn't go off. I was going about 90, I think, because I remember looking and going I was going 80 down this like canal street in Brattleboro, and then I floor it to go faster and slam into a pole, and the car wrapped around the pole. And then I get out, and because I worked at a pizza place where you get cash and tips, $200 of tips that I was going to give my friend is just all flying away all over the ground. And I'm just crying, going, I want, and the ex's name, I want this. And then a really, really pretty girl that seemed to really care, and her mom take me to the hospital and sit with me. And then I call my first ex that used to cheat on me all the time. I invite her, so she comes, and then I'm like holding her, and then they put me in the mental institution. And I was there for a month. And then I had a lot of breakthroughs with astral projection where I could float out into the other room and I'd be able to tell what time it is and what the person was writing on his piece of paper. So I would go out and tell him, I know you wrote this on your piece of paper, right? And it's 3:45 in the morning. And he's like, you're manic. I'm like, I'm not manic. I don't know what to tell you. But then I'd run out and say, hey, an alien just told me that all of every artist, everything that they produce is an offering to the divine feminine or some type of like god. And they're when they make a song about how much they love a girl, they're actually doing an offering to gain the favor of some divine feminine entity. So obviously they're like, he needs to be on lithium. That dude is fucked. And now I'm like, every podcast in the world is saying that shit right now about pagan cults in the industry. But some entities were coaching me through that, and gray aliens would project down into my mind and say, "You need to throw up your lithium because." And I'd hear Kanye West going, "Slavery is a choice." So I'd throw up my lithium, and then eventually I just got too good at astral projection, and then something happened where I think I went too far, and then I fell asleep, and then I woke up and something was draining all of the consciousness out of my body, like Harry Potter Dementor, and I was losing myself, and I couldn't think anymore, and it was just stripping me away from me and just taking my soul. And then I looked up, and there was just a gray alien thing in the room doing it to me, and then I was trying to fight it, but then I passed out, and then I woke up, and that's when I developed the brain injury symptoms where I couldn't think, I couldn't form words, I could barely move. I just wasn't even in my body anymore. And that fucked me up for years. So I've been so that was my time in institutions. Life got much worse after that. But the first day I get out, well, when I hit the pole, it felt like my spirit got kicked out of my body. And then, like a viewfinder, like the kids have that red plastic thing where you flick it and then it goes to a different scene. My spirit got kicked out of my body and I was floating in the sunken place. And my eyes were very far away and I was just a spirit floating. And then I was dead. And then they viewfindered me to a reality I wasn't dead. And then they asked, do you want to go home or do you want to go back in? And I was like, let me go back in. So then they viewfindered me and put me back in, and then I just was completely fine. But I don't think I'm in the same reality that I died in. I think I died, and I viewfindered into a reality where now I'm here with you guys. And I think that that's the case, especially because it seems like my inner world, that it used to be that all of us, all my friends, my family, everyone, we were all kind of connected and we had like this grounding similarity between us. And then after that, everybody was completely different, cartoonishly different, as if they were like, I went to like a backrooms level where it's not as real as it used to be, like a purgatory or like a liminal space. Like we might be in a purgatory. And I wasn't in purgatory, I was in a more realer, more special thing where I was able to date girls and have fun and all these blessings. And then I went to like a shitty reality. But it's never been the same. I've always felt like an alien sense. Like reality isn't like I'm a foreign entity to this reality and I should be somewhere else after the car accident. And the people aren't the same. Like after that moment everybody was completely different. whether that was because I committed suicide or tried to commit suicide or not, it just seemed like the whole world had shifted after that. And a lot of people said that in 2019, the world shifted right before COVID. So maybe it was just a canon event, and everybody felt like a shift. But what did I want before I tried to kill myself? The main thing that I wanted from life, I didn't want to be famous. I didn't want to make any albums. I just liked to do it for fun. All I really wanted was to date this girl that kept leaving. So like as soon as I get out of the program, I don't know how she knew because I didn't make any posts on the internet. I didn't do anything. I didn't talk to anybody. I was about to go to the gym and I felt like this bright light, like inspiration. And I'm going to the gym and I'm going to improve my life and get back with my ex. That was really good for me. And I realized her value. And then immediately, ring, ring. And it's the girl that I wanted to call me for 5 years that never did, that would always leave me. And she's like, hey, do you want to come over? So I hang out with her instead and we start dating and we have our first kiss in her bed. So I start dating her and then she cheats on me a week into the relationship. As soon as we start dating, because she was a senior in high school and she had attention from everyone in the world. Yeah, she was one of the most attractive people I've ever met in my life. So she had everybody throwing themselves at her all day, and I don't think that she liked the idea of being with one guy, especially because my status and reputation had tanked. So now I'm like a loser. I wasn't the attractive guy that dates all the girls and has fun all constantly. And is kind of weird, but very intelligent and just a really good person and really funny, but not an incel or a simp in any way. He like lives a really fun life and he's just a genuinely really good person. Then it became he's the dude that drove his car into a pole in front of the entire school. And now he lives with you and he's struggling to work. So she brought me to her sister's house on Valentine's Day and then she just left and came back later. She would hang out with other guys all the time. Um, and then she cheated on me and left me at her house. And then Spirit showed me what was happening. I could see it. I knew the same way that I can tell your life path readings, I can tell what your room looks like, and I can tell the name of your cats, or like how many cats you had, your dead cats, and your friends' names. The same way I can do these readings over the phone. I was literally being shown her getting plowed by this dude, and that she wasn't even enjoying it, but she did it. And I could see that it was taking my love and sacrificing it in a sexual ritual. So I took a shot of vodka and I did push-ups crying, pull-ups crying until she got back, and I just sat there and I could see it on her. Her energy was completely dead and gone. It was like a demonic ritual. Something else was controlling her, and then his energy was all around her. She was gone, and she had ruined the relationship forever. So I cried, and I was gonna kill myself again because that was all I wanted from life, and then it was gone. So I didn't really have a reason to live anymore. So I called my mom. I was like, "Can I please go back to the retreat?" So she comes and picks me up. The girl blocks the doorway, and she's crying now. And I'm like, "Do you believe I love you now?" Because she played Black's "We Gotta Disconnect" in the shower while she's getting ready to go fuck somebody else, which was torture for me. And then she wrote me a love letter apologizing and saying she can't wait to have kids with me and she loves me, and she realized that she didn't like the other guy, and I stayed with her, but she never stopped talking to 10 people at once on her phone. She was a Gemini, so she was living in 10 different love stories all the time. Right next to me on her phone, just who knows what she's doing, and I'll never trust her. So then I quit. I tried to work a couple times. Girls were throwing themselves at me at the jobs, like attractive young women loved me. They were fighting for my attention. I guess maybe the pain and the aloofness was attractive to them because they would fill in the blanks instead of I used to have a big personality, now it's just quiet. But they'd hit on me all the time, but I was like, I wanted this girl for so long, I don't want to lose her. So I didn't, and I should have. Like they invited me to go to raves. One girl wanted to hook up with me in the car after work, and I didn't. I stayed with the other girl who was cheating on me all the time. And then I started trying to kill myself all the time, like ripping my, bleeding out in a bathtub, taking all the pills in the medicine cabinet and dying basically on her bed, hanging myself twice and being put in the hospital, jumping off bridges because I just didn't want to live anymore. I was like, I don't, what else is there to do? I'll build an empire and it'll crumble. I'll save the world and they won't deserve it. I don't want to get old and be a hippie in the woods on a mountain. So I just kept trying to kill myself because I felt like I'd done everything. I traveled, I adventured, I found God, I helped people, I helped through DCF, I suffered the same way that I tried to shoot myself a few months ago. I had done the same journey over again and I was just done. I'm tired of it. My life is torture. I don't know why. I try really hard and it never goes anywhere. And then I just get abused. I'm done. So I kept trying to kill myself. So I'm sure that fucked me up. Meant like hanging yourself probably gives you brain damage. Taking all those pills probably gave me brain damage. Um, so then I just got into Section 8, and then I started having. I was already kind of starting to black out, and then wake up crying in a field in the rain. I would black out, and then I'd blow that girl's phone up, just blowing her up for hours, saying just like random nothing, and then I'd come to, and I would be out in the field, crying, and she's trying to hug me, and I'm just crying, like hyperventilating, crying. Arm just cut to shit, and I don't even know what happened. I blacked it all out. Then I got into section. She got me a dog, and then we gave the dog up for adoption because I couldn't keep it. I couldn't take care of it, so we brought the dog to a shelter. And she got me a cat instead, and I took care of the cat really well. Um, but I moved into Section 8, and that's when I started having sleep paralysis every day for like 12 hours a day. I'd wake up freezing cold in the middle of the summer, and I can't move, and there are demons around, and the cat's freaking out, trying to get the demons to leave me alone, like crawling on the bed, and I can't move, and the cat's trying to get the spirit, the dark figures. The cat is literally like speaking in tongues, trying to get the thing to get away from me, and then like laying on my chest, trying to block it, and they're just trying to dig in and latch onto me, and then I curl up and I'm just freezing cold and my girlfriend's crying like I don't know how to help you, and I can't even speak because I'm in sleep paralysis. Shit like that would happen all the time. And then I got a bunch of spiritual awakenings where aliens just reveal themselves to me, and then my friends get possessed, get violent. Or I wake up and it's like the Truman Show when the guy comes in with a beer. Hey, it's just I have an awakening, and then all of a sudden they show up and they're at my house and they're like, "Can I take you somewhere?" And they just take me to the random spot in the middle of the woods and just leave me there and go off in the woods by themselves. And then all of a sudden, aliens are like, "Are you ready to wake up?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And then a bunch of green lights on the tree line shine, and they're like, "What are you gonna do?" And then I'm like, reach for the door handle, and then somebody comes out of the building in the middle of nowhere, and then walks around the property like this in the middle of the night, and just walks around the back. And then it's telling me like, "Yeah, we can control anybody, pretty much, because they're not awake. They're not in control of themselves. So are you gonna be the crazy one and trespass to go find us, or what?" So then I bottle it up, and then I open the door and sprint to the light and do 150 push-ups and then walk back. And then my friends come out of the woods. And they knew I was fasting, so they take a bunch of sugar and they're like, "Eat the sugar, Casey, eat the sugar, eat the sugar." And then eventually they're like, "I don't even know why I said that." I had a lot of alien contact in 2020, like where police show up for somebody else, and the aliens say, "Go to the window, look through the blinds, look at the cop, tell him to move one step back," and just keep saying it, "Move one step back, move one step back." And they taught me how to get into his mind and suggest him to do one step back, and eventually the cop, he's frozen there, and then he takes one step back, and he like looks around, and then they're like, "We do that to everyone all the time." But I got up and walked 10 miles on the track every day. I took Greyhound buses across the country. I sat in the studio and made a lot of music. And I ended up just being there for a lot of people that needed help. I was a safe place for people. People ended up couch surfing at my house all the time. And I dated a couple girls. I didn't sleep with them, and I should have, but I was still hung up on this girl who had said we had technically broken up a year ago, but she was at my house 3 or 4 days a week anyway. Still talking about having kids one day. But in her mind, we had broken up. So she was fine to sleep with whoever she wanted. And she was all I didn't have anybody else, so she was all I had, so I don't know what to do with my life now. I've been through so much. 2022 to now was a lot physically worse, but 2014 to 2022 was a lot. I would say 2014 to 2018 was emotionally worse. 2018 to 2022 was cognitively worse, and then 2022 to 2026 was physically worse. I went from being locked in rooms and not being allowed to get out, and there was no way I could get out, and only eating bread, to I lit and then being cheated on and um no stable place and just having to get up and fight every day and get through school and work 3 jobs. Then it was I can't think and I can't function and I can't move, and I had to try my best in an abusive relationship with a girl that was just cheating on me all the time. Yeah, I cheated on the other girl. It's probably karma, which is what I just accepted that it's probably karma. And then it became my mom. The first day that I'm free and I'm functioning and I'm buff and I'm happy, and I'm functioning and I'm making music and I'm happy with it and I'm ready to go off on an adventure, and then my mom freaks out, says I have a grenade, lies to the cops, and then I'm excessive force, and then locked in a room again, maced, and left in a broom closet for days with no bed or running water. And then they lied to the news about what happened. So all the reputation I tried to fix for the past year, that I was hoping finally they would see me and I'd be able to have friends again and do all this stuff and they wouldn't see me as crazy. She ruined it for no reason. So then I left, and then I got in a lot of fights, a lot of police brutalities, a lot of trespasses, just prejudice, struggling, car stolen, people I meet along the way I try to help and I can't, and I lose a lot of them, and just try my best, and then eventually it gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. And then eventually I started making videos to be like, we go into it. I would just keep saying, we go until we die. Every time I tried to kill myself, it didn't work. It never worked. So we're just going to get up every day and keep going. So my channel was just me getting up every day and keep going. I'd go to apply to jobs, and then they would call the cops on me after I'd filled out the application. They'd trespass me. Eventually, they said it was because another person, Casey O'Brien, in my state, is like a heroin dealer in his 40s, and he's trespassed from everywhere. So then they would hear my name and they'd associate it with him. But I think that's just an excuse, that they would just liked being pieces of shit. And you can take it out on the homeless people, and they take it out on the black people too. I found that, like, people, I would meet like a couple black people that were in rural Vermont, and they had the same story. Like, people would jump them, people would break their car windows and key their car, trespass them for no reason before they even got into the area, and wouldn't hire them anywhere. So the only place they could work was the gas station. So it was just I got the same treatment that the black people do, but worse, because I didn't have a place to stay. So they would come at me in the woods, and they would try to kill me in the woods or jump me in the laundromat, or false police reports, and the police like that they have an excuse to do shit, so they would do shit. I never even made it to the point where I didn't know that I didn't have 2 forms of ID, because they would just not call me back. So I was trying to function, and then I did work. I did end up working at a in 2023, before um the woods journey, when I was still in the car after I had been in Burlington and performed songs and got a car at a park. Um, after the 2023 story, at the end of the 2023 story, I worked at the Mountain Inn in Killington, and they wouldn't feed me, and I wasn't allowed to park my car there. My car was broken down, so I couldn't drive up there, and I couldn't walk, and the bus system wasn't right, and eventually they just stopped. Like they would just take their shit out on me for fun, and I had PTSD. I was like a feral animal trying to housekeep. So eventually they just stopped putting me on the schedule because the manager came at me and hit me with the cane and tried to swing at me because he was freaking out that I was doing push-ups in the gym at night and there was nobody else there. It was like 2 in the morning. I just got done with work and I wanted to do 100 push-ups every night just to put me in a better spot. And I was washing by just jumping into the snow, like covering myself in shampoo and then going out in the woods and then rubbing snow. Um, and he came at me, and then I told people like he came at me. So then the owner cornered me in a shower and said, "I heard what you said about JD, and just so you know, I'm taking his side." And I said, "Okay." And then they took me off the schedule because you're not allowed to talk about the abuse that they put you through. I guess I found out later that they get a tax break for every homeless person that they hire in Vermont, and that doesn't if the person quits um that doesn't you can keep that tax break and then when you hire the next homeless person you get an extra tax break. So they took me off the schedule but they didn't fire me, so then when I just don't show up to work after weeks because I had to find something else, then they say, well, he never showed up for work, he was not fired, we just wasn't on the schedule. So then they'll put you on the schedule when they know you're not coming back, so then they could say he no showed. So then my car broke down in Randolph and all that shit happened, and then that's where my live streaming took off. Like because I had to get 50 subs because people were throwing their trash at me, slashing my tires, false police reports, trespassing me from everywhere. Nobody will hire me. They're threatening me. Somebody showed me a picture of somebody with a gun pointed at my head while I'm asleep because some other guy came at me with a baton in the laundromat and his I guess he was part of the Aryan Nation, so all the skinheads were mad at me, and his uncle killed a cop and was in a corrections facility in North Carolina, and they said he was trying to put a hit out on me because I won the fight against some psycho that was attacked me because his wife was hiding from him in the domestic abuse shelter, and she came in to do laundry and I talked to her and hugged her because she was sad and said that she needed a hug, and I gave her a hit of a vape. Yeah, I'll pick my nose for $10. I bet you won't do it though. Um, and that's when my channel starts really. The rest of the stuff was like you can see me with a brain injury trying to like remember shit, and then you can see me kind of walking around crying, and then just some other stuff about where I was at back in the day. And then when I made the Rules for Life video, I was living in Burlington. Um, and I think at that day I recorded the Rules for Life videos. I had to fight off somebody that had a knife. So I was just pretty sure I was going to die. So I was just making content. I was like, I want to live somewhere on the internet if I'm going to die. I want something here. And then it became I needed to go live because the police were getting in on it. So there was the only thing I had to defend myself was the phone to hold them accountable. So I had to get 50 subs. So then it just became a lot of people stayed. It was mainly my mom going out of her way to try to hurt me. Most of my channel is just my mom watching and trying to find a way to hurt me. It's really weird. And then saying that she has everything that I need that could help me, but she won't because she likes having it sitting in her room in the corner. She won't help me with it, but she likes bragging that she had the things to help me. And then it became like she needed to be the victim, so there was a lot of narcissistic bullshit where she had to like convince everybody that she's a victim even though I barely have a relationship with her. She lied to the cops. She filed an RFA for no reason and then violated it every day, messaging me. Just to, when I would bite the hook, she would use it to give me a felony. So now I couldn't work. So she wanted to take away my future She wanted to take away my dreams, and she wanted to beat me to a point that she was comfortable with. She's a narcissist. So that was the channel, was just me surviving. It was never me being lazy. It was me showing people, this is me trying to get a job. This is me trying to function today. And then along the way, I would meet fucking aliens, or I would see shit in the woods, and I would connect to the nature, and then the birds would come hang out with me, and the crows started to get mad. And I was protecting a family of robins that had moved into my cabin, and I had to protect them from the crows that would try to eat their babies. And I loved living out in the woods, especially after everything I've been through. And then I loved traveling and making blues music, singing on the railroad, and I walked, and I took a bike and then slowly fixed that bike up, and the bike fell apart, and I think I skidded like down a hill, and then I lived in Roxbury, like in this, just on a tarp in the rain, and I was making content. I loved it, the adventure, walking all that way. I went to the Capitol building, and every time they were mean to me, I would poop on the lawn. And then eventually they put a porta potty, and they called me the Capitol Crapper. And I'm like, that's pretty funny, the Capitol Crapper. So, and I would ride a nice bike after the Lionsgate portal. I asked for a specific bike, and I got that. I got nicer than what I asked for. And one cop threw a temper tantrum, and I have that recorded. That he was throwing a hissy fit about me, calling me lazy, a bunch of bullshit, and that I don't contribute anything. And then a homeless veteran walks up and cries because I give him some cigarettes. When he was looking for cigarette butts, and he's a veteran, he cries. So then I look, and the guy's throwing a temper tantrum. Then his coworkers come out and give me a Cliff Bar and a Monster Energy drink, which was really nice. And I just kept making songs. So I liked the space I was in creatively. The crows were terrible. Were just every day, just constant flocks of crows screaming at me. They're like outside the tent. They won't stop all day until I feel like I'm dead inside again. All the work that I put to heal everything that I've been through, and I started to heal a little bit. And then when I heal a little bit, the crows come and destroy it. So that was torture. But I got up and got through it, and then went to Morrisville, and then police brutalities, trespassed from the state college in Randolph. Then I had to escape a hurricane in a shed, and it happened to be owned by the same company, so I got arrested. And then whenever I missed court, I'd get arrested, and then police brutalities. And then I found this ring of police that were abusing homeless women and beating the shit out of homeless men, trying to kill them, and that they had already killed a few homeless people out there, and they were threatening me all the time. And then I stood my ground and stayed there, and then I recorded them following me around, harassing me and blasting a drone playing a siren above the tent. And I can't find it, and I don't know where it's coming from, and I'm trying to record it. I didn't know they had an infrared, so the reason that the siren was going off when I would pull my phone out to record is because they were literally seeing me through the tent with the infrared, me pulling the phone out, and then they would stop. I thought that it was like, I'm like, is it a crow that's like an alien? What is this noise that's going away? I thought it was a cop just like on the other side of the building playing with me, boop, 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 while he's on patrol. The cop would sit there on patrol and fly his drone over the over the property, and then would fuck with me. And then I made it through a -60 winter. That would be my third winter outside. I'd already gotten through -40, but I had a car when it was -40. And then I spent some of the winter like in the McDonald's, and then some of the winter sleeping in a laundromat at night, and then in the back of the car. The first winter I didn't have a blanket, so I would curl up in the hoodie, and then I would suffocate myself to sleep. So that probably gave me brain damage. And then the third winter I was in the den. I was in a den in -60, and I had to help a lot of homeless people that the cops were trespassing, and the only place they could go was on the rail trail. So they would just pass out in the snow, and I'd have to bring them to the heater, or I'd give them my sleeping bag, and I would go buy them a coffee. And I was trying to find a community that I wanted to be a part of, so I could finally get a job and buy land. And then I would get John Michael, someone I call my little brother, and then my cousin Jesse, who just lives in Section 8. I wanted to get them both out and put them on land so that they could create all day. And then when that journey ended, when I carried a wagon with 106-degree fever, I carried a 100-pound tractor supply wagon 11 miles through a foot of snow, and I basically like barely survived living out negative 40 degrees every night behind a food shelf running a heater, and then sometimes they would turn the power off to mess with me, and eventually the select board kicked me out, and brought me back to the Berry, and I got in the motel program. Finally, I asked for help, and because I couldn't, I went out to find work and find a place, and they wouldn't let me. I applied everywhere I went. They wouldn't hire me. So then my third day there, John Michael dies. He fell and froze to death. So, and then went to his funeral, came back, and I violated the terms of the program. So I was already on thin ice, and the guy was just yelling at me all the time. Everybody was smoking crack in their room, but they were mad that I was smoking cigarettes in my room. And it wasn't even cigarettes that had like the bad smell. It was just natural tobacco that doesn't have a smell. It doesn't stain the walls or anything. And I was running the shower, so it would go right into the shower and the vent. Everyone else is smoking meth, and they didn't care about the meth smoke. You could smell crack in the hallway, but they was mad at me for some reason. But eventually, I wake up and a crow skull is screaming at me, and I'm like, "What the fuck?" So I go out, I follow it outside, and there's a dead crow. I had just talked about that I wanted a crow headdress for short films and music videos because I had gotten in touch with my native ancestry and all this cool stuff out in the woods. And I was like, I don't want a war bonnet because that would be disrespectful, but I'll make it my own crow thing. That would be really cool because the crows bother me all day, and it would be like I earned it. And then if a crow dies, and then I look up, and they said crows sacrifice themselves for people. Animals sacrifice themselves for your journey. And then it was just after I talked about it, so I made a video picking apart the crow feathers for a headdress, and I was gonna clean them all and respectfully dispose of the body. I didn't know about what I wanted to do with the skull because I saw the skull. I was like, maybe I should wear it. I didn't know that you're not allowed to have crow feathers because I didn't know crows were considered migratory birds. Crows are everywhere. I don't know why crows are protected. They shouldn't be. There's too many of them. They're definitely more invasive than deer are. And but I got kicked out because of that because one of you fuckers called the cops on me. So then I got kicked out and I spent the rest of the winter back in the cabin. And then 50 got knocked unconscious, flipped over my own head, falling after falling out by the river, Healing Music Festival, and then I helped there, and then I got kicked out of the cabin. So then I moved behind that solar place, and then worked shoveling snow, and then eventually the guy said he was going to crush me with a bucket loader and kill me, and then the cops took his side, and then the people at the job at the music place did a GoFundMe and got me a car. I still owe $1,000 on it. And then I drove it around looking for work and getting kicked out of places, and they beat the shit out of my car and couldn't get a job anywhere or couldn't find a place to stay. And then eventually I got to a place and the homeless man had a gun, so I tried to steal it and I got sent to, and then they gave me this property, and then I took a break from my phone for a month, and then came back onto YouTube and saw that Kendra, whose name isn't actually Kendra, it was somebody that I met, but I just thought she was the sanest person that I know. So I gave her the YouTube and all my stuff and gave her instructions on what to do because I was pretty sure I was going to go out and shoot myself. And they caught me. But then when I get out, a Christian woman takes me up to this place and says it's for people like me. I meet the owner. My dreams in life was to have a sanctuary to save people. The owner's dreams is to turn this into a sanctuary to save Christians. So it lined up, and then the people that are supposed to be here helping me do this, they don't care at all. They actually got so upset that I'm allowed to be here for free that they gave up on this place entirely. So they don't help at all. And it's just me trying to do this. So I'm trying to do, I just got a saw. I'm trying to get a framing gun.
And then eventually I want to put together a shed just to show that I can do it. I want to build a shed. And then there's a bunch of stuff for storage down there. I want to build a shed for storage for them. And then I'll have a section of the storage shed with my stuff. Should I have to leave and travel, I'll at least say, can I at least keep my stuff? And I'm sure they'll say sure. Because I don't impact this place negatively. There's a bunch of lumber around, but I'm going to move that lumber to the storage place. And then eventually I'll build a shed there. And if they don't like it, fuck off. It's going to be a nice looking shed. You already have your lumber that's probably rotted now sitting there. I'm going to build a place for it. You've only had sleep paralysis in places that are haunted. I would have sleep paralysis awake, where all of a sudden I can't move, and then the sleep paralysis demons are all around me, and my cat is freaking out, trying to get them to go away, and like blocking the window, meowing at the entity outside the window, and the entity crawls in and scares my cat, and the cat runs into the bathroom and hides behind my Egyptian Cleopatra statue that my girlfriend got me. Do I like the big juicy? I like girls that ride horses. Get that Confederate bullshit out of here. The South was fighting to keep black people. That was all. The South was only fighting for slavery. That was the only thing that they were mad about. Something's growling out in the woods. An owl just went. "Urgh." I never heard an owl growl before. There was a dude the other day that for the 4th of July, he's like 5'5", fat as fuck. His girlfriend's like 5'3" and fat as fuck. And he has a huge truck. I know they don't do shit with that truck. They just drive it because it's big. They're not hauling anything. And he was flying the Confederate flag, and then the next day he had taken the Confederate flag down and put an American flag. So I was like, you think he was just trolling? Or you think somebody made it clear if he keeps flying that shit in Vermont where the Buffalo Soldiers live, the descendants of the Buffalo Soldiers live, it's gonna be a lot more money to deal with what they do because there's no cameras or cops around here. Like he was all high and mighty, puffing his chest out, stomping around the gas station with his Confederate flag, and then the next day he's like really sunken and like kind of like paranoid, and is not flying that flag anymore. So I assume he went to the 4th of July thing, and people were like, "We don't fucking do that shit in Vermont, man. Get the fuck out of here. You don't have any. You don't even have any ancestors from the South." People are like, "It was my heritage, and I had to fight to defend the South." That's all the Civil War was slavery. The North did not like the South having slaves. The North decided we're not going to enslave people anymore. And the South was like, no. And then they said, well, we feel obligated to make you stop. So all the Confederate flag is we want to own black people. And then the South invented this thing called trespassing. Because after the Emancipation Proclamation, when the black people were just free, they would try to be Americans. And South couldn't have that. So they wouldn't hire them, wouldn't let them live anywhere. And then when they would go by the river and hang out with the other people that weren't allowed to be around the whites, which were Irish people Native Americans, Asians, and black people. Um, and they would go off and do their own thing, like the movie Sinners talks about. They would do their own juke stuff, and the whites couldn't have that, so they invented trespassing to say, we're not going to give you that land, and you can't be on this land. So they're like, where do we go? And they're like, you can go back to the plantations and work for basically nothing. The reason it's illegal to be homeless is because the South was mad that black were given rights. And then when they would finally get rights, or like somebody would die and give them land, they would just burn it down and kill them all. They hung a 16-year-old girl from a church like a month ago, right? All right, I bet it's like 2 in the morning. Yeah, it is. I'm gonna go so that I can watch the rest of Fury. I'm down to do one more Life Path reading if somebody wants their birthday done. So if nobody posts their birthday in the next like minute and a half, I'm gonna go. But I'm down to do one more reading. This is a cut on my arm. I was carrying a giant saw. It's heavy as fuck. Yeah, everyone's gone. All right. Take care of yourselves. Thanks for watching. 444.